Use the gavel, but welcome everybody. And thank you for being patient with us as we did try to do a little celebratory luncheon with our staff today. This is the TRPA Governing Board, and we're calling the meeting to order. The date is Wednesday, December 13th, and it is 1 minute after 1 p.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine a quorum. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Bagwell,
Here.
Mr. Aguilar, Ms. Conrad Seda,
Here.
Ms. Dis,
Here.
Ms. Faustinos,
Here.
Mr. Friedrich,
Here.
Ms. Gustafson,
Here. Here. Here.
Mr. Honigman,
Here.
Ms. Lane,
Here.
Ms. Loomer,
Here.
Mr. Rice,
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much, Maria. And now I'm going to go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For the members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov. Under the calendar header, click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for December 13th, 2023. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, you will raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you have used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as information only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the very end of the meeting. Comments on items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To remote board members, Ms. Bagwell, if you wish to speak, please raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. And please, everyone, remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. Finally, I would also like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. To those of you here in the room with us that have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. And at the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. And we've had a request to also identify yourself. I will call on you, and if I don't use your name, please identify yourself so those that are watching us online know who is speaking. And if you're viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please ensure that your microphone and speakers are turned off to present audio feedback into the room. So next is our Pledge of Allegiance, and I would like to ask Mr. Honigman. Honigman. I'm going to get it right. Sorry about that. My name gets mixed up. Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to item 3 on our agenda. This is approval of the agenda. Staff, are there any suggested changes to today's agenda?
No, Madam Chair, no changes.
Okay, with no changes, are there any objections by any of the board members? Otherwise, we are going to deem the agenda approved as posted. Any objections? Not seeing any. So the agenda is approved. We will now move on to agenda item 4, which is approval of the minutes. We have a draft set of minutes from November 15th, 2023 on page 53 of our board packets. Does any member of the committee wish to make a change? Any member of the board or committee want to make a change on the minutes? Ms. Aldine is absent today. And for those of you who don't know why we're laughing, is she's very good at proofreading our minutes. And usually there's at least one change, but staff, you've gotten a free pass today. Thank you. Great job. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes? Have a motion. Thank you, Director Settlemyre. Any objection? Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone object? Motion passes. The minutes are approved. We'll move on now to our consent calendar. This is item 5, the TRPA consent calendar. There are 7 items on consent, 2 of which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee, 1 which was reviewed by the Legal Committee, 3 which were reviewed by the Transportation Committee, and 1 that wasn't reviewed by any committee. As a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on, or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So I'm going to start with Ms. Lane. Can we have a report from the Operations and Governance Committee meeting this morning?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. As was stated, the Operations and Governance Committee met this morning and thoroughly vetted items 1 and 2 on our consent calendar. Bottom line is the committee is recommending that we accept both of those. There was robust presentation on the audit in particular, some of which there are that's what these binders are. There's several copies around the table if you want to take a look at them. But bottom line is that under the direction of Mr. Kyler and his great department, they got an outstanding audit. There was one minor thing that was reported that had to do with El Dorado County, but super minor, on the scale of 1 to 10, it was a 0.5. So it's something we're going to hope to clear up in the future, but just a great audit report, nice and clean, the way we like them. So congratulations to the finance department for that. And then I'll just mention briefly that on the November financials, everything is looking normal. The payroll for November actually hit on December 1st, so it skewed the November expenses just a tad, but we already know what that's going to look like. And also Mr. Kyler brought to our attention what already a lot of you know, which is the state of California is projecting a monster deficit to the tune of about $58 billion. And that's a long-term concern for the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and something that our staff is already trying to determine how to navigate those waters. So something to watch for in the future. But we do recommend acceptance of both of those items.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Ms. Williamson, can we have a report from Legal Committee?
Yep, short and sweet from legal. We had a good discussion this morning. We had some nice staff presentation and the full legal committee recommended approval of this item without any objection.
Great, thank you. And then the final item on the consent calendar is the annual local government coordination report and action on recertification of City of South Lake Tahoe's, El Dorado County's, and Placer County's permit delegation. Memoranda of understanding. Information on this item can be found on page 257 of our packets. Do any board members have questions or comments on this consent item? And Ms. Bagwell, do you have any? Not seeing any online, so no one in the room, no one online. So we'll go to public comment on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on the consent calendar items, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or by dialing *9 on your phone, and you will be called on and muted by a TRPA member. So is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on the consent calendar items? I don't see any hands or anyone jumping up. Is there anyone online?
Madam Chair, we have one hand raised online.
Okay.
Tim D, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hello, my name is Tim Delaney, and thank you very much. Finally, I got a chance to speak. So I hear there's some lawyers in the room. All right. So I'm going to speak about what I want to speak about, because the last couple of times I showed up to your meetings, you did not allow me to speak, and I don't appreciate that. Okay. So I'm a property owner in the Tahoe Basin, and there are more of us than there are of all of you. And there are more of us than the few developers that you folks represent in developing around the Tahoe Basin. And there's a dirty lead cable in the lake. Okay, lawyers? You can get the darn dirty lead cable out of Lake Tahoe before you do anything else. Okay? You need to do that and establish some goodwill here in the Tahoe Basin and for the general public. All right? And in regards to free speech, it's a tactic. All you folks do is talk and 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 talk some more. And then your developer buddies show up and they throw a huge slideshow that goes on for, it's endless. And then you talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk some more and pat each other on the back and then approve. Okay. And that harms my interests. I'm a lower income guy. That's where I came from. And I own my property outright. And I don't appreciate this kind of garbage. And I want to remind all of you, it's the United States of America, for God's sakes. Okay. This is a tactic that's deployed in North Korea and China. And that's how, there's an old saying, a good communist is a ruthless capitalist. Okay? This is what you do when you drum all the rest of us in society out of the discussion. And you've drummed us all out of the discussion as property owners. And there's also the environment. There's all these different animals and species. Some of them are threatened and endangered. And what about all of that? So I'm a little shocked. I don't even know what kind of world I'm living in anymore. And I think it's disgusting and appalling. Okay? I do not want my town of Incline Village destroyed or the East Shore beaches of Tahoe, the Northeast Shore beaches, which is sacred American land that is home to bald eagles and golden eagles. I do not want a bike trail going through there so a Lance Armstrong wannabe can ride his bike. Enough is enough. Go to bat for Native Americans, go to bat for the general public, and go to bat for the environment and cut this garbage out and be American citizens already. That's my comment. Thank you so much. At least I got to talk. Thank you. You folks have a fine day.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. As the board is aware and the public, that was not on the item that we were asking for public comment on, but I wanted to let him go because he is very agitated with us. So we let him provide his comment early on. So then I'll close the public comment. I am assuming there's no other hands raised.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay, thank you. With no other hands raised, I'd ask for a motion on the consent calendar items.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. We have a motion. Is there any further discussion? If not, Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bagwell,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar, Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyre, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. Okay, I think this is showtime. This is why so many people are here with us today, and thank you for being here. We're on agenda item number 6, public hearings. This is Phase 2 housing amendments, including proposed amendments to Code of Ordinances, Chapter 1, Introduction, Chapter 13, Area Plans, Chapter 30, Land Coverage, Chapter 31, Density, Chapter 34, Parking Policies, Chapter 36, Design Standards, Chapter 37, Height, Chapter 52, Bonus Unit Incentive Program, and Chapter 90, Definitions and Amendments to the Regional Plan Goals and Policies, Land Use and Housing Sections. Information on this item can be found on page 281. And as a reminder to the public, after the staff presentation and board discussion, we will hear public comment. And we have received, I don't know the exact number, it was close to 300 or
110.
410 here. And then there's quite a batch that are coming that were sent to individuals. So I think we're at least another 100 above that in public comments that we've received as the board. So I'm going to turn it over to staff. Before I do that, I really want to ask all of you, and I see some familiar faces and some new faces, to please listen through the staff report, because there has been quite a bit of information circulating that is confusing to the public and may not be fully accurate. I really hope staff, we are going to try to address a lot of those issues and make sure we're extremely clear about how we're moving forward. So with that, I will turn it over to Julie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I want to thank the board for their attention to this critical issue of housing for the last several years, and our incredible team that have worked diligently to bring this package for your consideration. I want to thank the community and the public who have come out in the room today, and all of those who are participating online. This is a big item, and I'm going to be really brief before we get into the presentation, and we're going to do our best to bring those of you who aren't as familiar, having maybe not served on the regional planning committee that's vetted this more, or the working group, to get everyone up to speed. But we really want to get to public comment as quickly as possible. But just a couple thoughts to kick us off. Today is December 13th, and yesterday, December 12th, it was 11 years ago of the anniversary of 12-12-12 when this board passed our regional plan update. And that was following years and years of public engagement. And there were a lot of the same discussions and controversies. And we don't always agree in Lake Tahoe, but the compact really gives us such a unique opportunity to harmonize our regional plan, our environmental threshold standards, while allowing for orderly growth and development. And that little phrase is very difficult in practice. We're not a national park. We have a lot of pressures that the rest of the country is facing, and they are just heightened here in Lake Tahoe. And throwing climate change and all the dangers that we're facing make it even more complicated. But I think it's important to note that the United States is facing a housing crunch of epic proportions. Depending on which publication you read, the New York Times has been covering this. All kinds of publications have shown a shortage of anywhere, no matter how you slice and dice, between 2 and 5 million homes short in America, at the same time that interest rates are the highest that many of us can remember in our adult lives. And so you have this huge push of price, and it's pricing people out and creating rental emergencies in places across the country. And in Tahoe, it's never been inexpensive to be in Tahoe, but we like to say, we kind of went to bed as Tahoe before COVID. We woke up as Aspen and Vail, because those communities had been facing this much to a greater degree, to the point now that they have to, really have a commute bus system. Their workers cannot live anywhere near those resort destinations. And we're hanging on by our fingertips here in Tahoe. And I think everyone that I've met within the community feels that pressure. And I want to acknowledge that people all care about the lake. We have differences, but I will really urge all of us today to be respectful and civil in our discourse, because we all share a love of Lake Tahoe. Our team lives in this community and in the region. The board cares deeply, and we're all trying to get to the goal that protects the lake and also supports our communities and makes it possible for people to be able to live here and to afford housing. If you also consider our regional plan, housing is an issue everywhere, but in Tahoe, we also have connections to land use, transportation, water quality, and it truly is about connecting these elements through this incredible compact that gives us a connection that other places don't have, where land use and transportation are connected. And we actually have the authority, working in partnership with local governments, all the many jurisdictions in the community and the private sector, to deliver updates to housing for our regional plan, looking at reductions of vehicle miles traveled and greenhouse gases in pursuit of our climate goals. Above all, it's protecting the lake, and we're doing that with a really increased focus on transportation infrastructure and transit. So the compact gives us this opportunity, but now is the time to act. And we've said it before in many public forums, the status quo is making the problem worse. And it is urgent, and the standards that people are living in our communities substandard housing is unacceptable. I mean, we have people living in some pretty terrible conditions, and studies are pretty clear that the cost of housing is creating a whole host of problems throughout the country, not the least of which is people living unsheltered. So there's a lot of pressure on you, and you know, we all feel that, but let's just try to roll up our sleeves and do our best to work together to get to your ultimate consideration today. So with that, I will pass this over to our team. Alyssa Bettinger is going to take it from here.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Good afternoon. I'm Alyssa Bettinger, for the record, Senior Planner with TRPA. You can flip to the next slide, Tracy. So the proposal that you'll see today is the result of more than 2 years of work with the Tahoe Living Working Group, is based on the real housing needs of the basin, based on input and from our housing partners, as well as stakeholders in the public, and our realistic strategies that move the needle to get housing on the ground economically. Next slide, please. The proposal is grounded in data and the actual need of the community. There have been 3 needs assessments done for the region over the past 3 years that show a need for housing at all of our deed restriction levels, for a total of almost 6,000 units. You can see here that there are more affordable units that are needed than moderate and achievable, but there are still significantly there are still a significant amount of moderate and achievable units that are needed. So our focus is on these 3 deed restriction levels. Next slide. In order to tackle this hefty need, TRPA formed the Tahoe Living Working Group back in 2020. And our first focus was on making changes to allow accessory dwelling units on smaller lots in California, as well as making some policy changes to encourage older motels to convert to long-term housing. We are now in phase 2, and our working group had asked us to look at how TRPA regulations influence where housing is built and how the regulations drive up the cost to build the type of housing that we want to see. Specifically, they asked us to look at how we can reduce that cost so we don't have to rely on significant public subsidy. This board in previous meetings have approved a variety of housing projects that have required hundreds of thousands of public subsidies, hundreds of thousands of dollars, sorry, of public subsidies. And the goal of this is to reduce that need. In phase 3, which we're kicking off in 2024, we're going to be looking at some of our larger systems, including our growth management system, our fee structure, our permitting, to make them more equitable and climate focused. And this phase will also include looking or trying to identify incentives to unlock some of our existing housing stock for long-term housing. Next slide. The phase 2 process began with our Tahoe Living Working Group back in October of 2021. Since then, we have had 8 publicly noticed meetings. Today is our 9th publicly noticed meetings, and each meeting has shaped and refined the proposal. So I want to say thank you to this board and all of our committee members, as well as the public, for tuning in and helping us do this work. Next slide. Sort of touched on the goal of phase 2, but the overall goal is, again, to reduce the cost to build the type of housing that we want to see in specific locations that help meet our other regional plan goals like water quality, transportation, and housing. TRPA is not building the housing units, but we can influence and help facilitate property owners and developers to build them. Next slide. And the way that we do this is by looking at changes to our development standards. And when we talk about development standards, what we mean is coverage, height, density, and parking. Coverage and height are the 2 standards that sort of dictate the overall building envelope. There are a certain number or a set number of parking spaces that are required for each development. And then density is sort of the number of units that can fit inside the building envelope after the space has been allocated to parking and other requirements in our code, as well as local jurisdiction codes. The problem here is that coverage and height are the same, or coverage and height allowances are the same for single family and multifamily. So if you're building a duplex, for example, you have a requirement for double the amount of parking as a single family home. And it gets really challenging. You can see in this graphic, the parking eats up a lot of the coverage and a lot of the square footage on the ground floor, and then roof pitch requirements also eat up square footage on the top floor. So it gets really challenging to build more than one unit. And because the units become so small, they're not profitable to build. So people don't build them. Next slide. And this leads to this trend of building larger single family homes that we've seen over the past 50 years, because there are no incentives in terms of development standards to build more than one unit. And developers can build large luxury single family homes that they can sell to the second homeowners or end up as VHRs and make more profit than they can building multifamily. Next slide. So we spent the last 2 years trying to identify how we can make changes to these development standards in order to incentivize multifamily housing. We hired a consultant who looked at changes to coverage, height, density, those allowances, and then also reductions to the parking requirements. And they found that nearly, or we could see it, an almost 40% reduction in monthly rent by making changes to these standards. This brings us down to the achievable level, 150 to 170% of the area median income. That is kind of within what we consider achievable housing. And this, to note, this is without public subsidies. That said, for the affordable, in order to get down to the affordable and moderate income levels, public subsidies would likely still be required. Next slide. And we've received a lot of questions about why we are doing this if public subsidies are still required for the affordable and moderate income categories. And the answer is because these subsidies will be significantly less. The analysis again showed a cost reduction in rent of about $3,000 per month. And while those rents were still high, they are significantly lower than what it would be to fill that gap or that delta with public subsidies. Next slide. So I want to put the proposal or give the proposal some context quickly, and talk about what it would apply to. So we're not talking about changes to all residential use. We are talking about changing development standards for the 946 bonus units that remain under our current growth caps. Bonus units are development rights that TRPA gives out at no cost for projects that are building deed restricted housing units. And again, we are not increasing the amount of overall growth in the basin that has already been authorized. These units, if someone were to come and apply for them today, they could be built today. Next slide. And as I mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, we have 3 deed restriction levels that these bonus units can be awarded to. The affordable and moderate income categories are income based. So the household income, the total household income has to be within a certain amount of the area median income. And these levels are set at the federal and state level. In 2018, TRPA adopted a new achievable level that is really targeted around our local workforce. So these are our teachers, our nurses, our firefighters, people that really make up the backbone of our community, but make too much money to qualify for affordable and moderate housing, but not enough to afford a market rate home. And again, there is a need for the achievable category. Our needs assessment showed that nearly 1,600 units were needed in this category. Within the bonus unit pool in 2018, we allocated half of the bonus units could go to affordable units, and then the other half would be reserved for moderate and achievable. The affordable, I know this is a little confusing, but the affordable pool can pull from the moderate and achievable pool, but it cannot go the other way around. So this is intended to ensure that we don't get 946 achievable units and no affordable units, another safeguard that we have currently in our code. Next slide. And again, we have received quite a few comments and concerns about the achievable definition in our code, and I wanted to address some of them. At our meeting last month, the Regional Plan Committee directed staff to add a requirement that any employee that is, or any household that is living in an achievable deed restricted unit, at least one member of the household has to be physically present to do their job. This also, the achievable definition also requires that it has to be the permanent and primary residence of the household. So they couldn't use the deed restricted unit for 2 months out of the year to work remotely. And then on the permitting side, we will require that anyone who wants to reserve an achievable unit during the permitting process, they would need to submit the proposed unit sizes to us, and staff would sort of compare that to what exists in terms of size for existing deed restricted units to make sure that we're not, again, ending up with these large achievable luxury units. And then any new bonus unit that is awarded would be subject to our existing compliance program, which requires annual reporting. And we do have a third-party consultant on board to help us do auditing. We are also have hired and are in the process of hiring another position that would help to oversee this compliance program. Next slide. So that is what the proposal would apply to. Now I'm going to talk about where it would apply within the basin because it is not everywhere. So right now, the 946 bonus units can be distributed today within what we call the bonus unit boundary, which is shown in this area in green on your slide. This is a relatively large area. It encompasses a half mile from existing transit, half mile from town centers, and all of our areas that are already zoned for multifamily. We have oriented the incentives in this proposal around what's appropriate for the different areas. So we, for the most part, are not changing any incentives for the bonus unit boundary. Next slide. We are including a proposal for multifamily areas, which is this area shown in brown, and you can see it is smaller than the overall bonus unit boundary. And these are areas where we already allow for multifamily, but because of our development standards, again, our multifamily is extremely hard and unprofitable to build. This proposal or these areas, this proposal would encourage housing that is compatible within these areas. And again, it would help to encourage those missing middle achievable units. Next slide. Then the last area, or I guess the second proposal area, is within our town centers. These are the areas that are shown in dark brown on the slide. Our town centers are where we want to see sort of the highest intensity use. Our town centers were originally drawn kind of around our commercial development. And in these areas, we really want to see sort of mixed use, higher density that's contributing to our transportation options, and creating walkable communities. Next slide. And we've received a few questions about why we are encouraging development outside of town centers. And there's a couple of reasons why the multifamily proposal is important. Areas zoned for multifamily development were also given extensive thought during the planning process, just like town centers were. And these are already areas where a lot of our de facto affordable housing exists, but it was built before TRPA and local jurisdiction regulations were in place. So again, it would be really difficult to build today. And while, this is outside of town centers, these areas are adjacent to centers and they open up a lot more opportunity to provide smaller scale multifamily that supports the missing middle. And we did hear through a variety of our outreach that this is sort of the type of housing, the smaller scale multifamily duplexes, triplexes. That's the type of housing that the community really wants to see. Next slide. So this slide includes a summary of what we're proposing both in town centers and in multifamily areas. In short, we are allowing an expanded building envelope with greater height in town centers and more flexibility with roof pitch in multifamily areas. We're allowing additional coverage depending on the location, with requirements that you have to transfer that coverage in, as well as the requirement that projects contribute to offsite stormwater treatment systems, which help meet our water quality goals. We're also proposing that these projects be exempt from density requirements because higher density results in smaller units that are more affordable. Higher density in these locations also means that there is more of a demand for transit and helps us to expand transit and other transportation options. And then last, we are taking away the one-size-fits-all parking requirement and allowing developers to determine what the specific demand of their site is and potentially put in less parking than what is required by the local jurisdictions today. If, say, for example, they provide a shared parking agreement with the commercial property next door. Next slide. And I want to just touch on parking because, again, this is an area where we've gotten a lot of questions and comments. We know that parking is a community issue, and I want to be clear that these amendments do not prevent projects from building parking or prevent people from owning cars. It simply provides an option for people who don't need a car to potentially pay less in rent or, have cheaper housing costs if they don't need a car. And we know that this population in Tahoe is relatively small right now, but it does exist. Again, right now, parking is required on a site and housing is not. And the more that we build parking, the more we continue to be reliant on it. Next slide. Another part of the proposal includes transition zones. So we are proposing an additional 11 feet of height on parcels that are adjacent and contiguous and within 500 feet of the boundary of a town center. This is, one of our goals is to create kind of a seamless transition between multifamily zones and town centers. And so this proposal would apply on specific parcels shown in pink on this map. Next slide. And this is the same for the North Shore. Next slide. Another piece of the proposal would apply to mixed use developments as well as accessory dwelling units. We want to encourage mixed use buildings, especially in our town centers. So these incentives would apply to mixed use projects that are building commercial on the bottom with 100% deed restricted residential on the top. The commercial portion can be no more than 50% of the total square footage. So we're not going to get, a large commercial building with like one deed restricted unit. And then accessory dwelling units can take advantage of the coverage incentives in this proposal. They would still have to transfer that coverage in and either tie into an area-wide stormwater treatment or have their BMPs maintained by a local jurisdiction or other public entity. But they would, we are allowing for additional coverage with this proposal for ADUs. Next slide. We have been listening throughout the process and have made some changes to the proposed implementation of this housing package. We've heard that people don't want a one-size-fits-all solution, but we also know that there is an urgency to get housing on the ground, and these changes are hard to make. So this proposal would, all of it that you've seen on the previous slides would go into effect as a package. And the proposal would not supersede area plans as we have stated in previous meetings. The proposal gives local jurisdictions two options. The first is updating their area plans to be consistent with the standards that we've shown in this proposal. Or if local jurisdictions want to opt out, they can do so, but they would need to show an alternative set of standards or subsidies. And they, that set would need to show, equal or better financial feasibility. And if after 1 year, no action has been taken by the local jurisdictions, TRPA can take action to bring the area plans into conformity. Next slide. We have obviously received a lot of public input on this proposal. So I wanted to highlight here some of the outreach that we have done in the past year or so. Again, this is our 9th public hearing. We've done a number of pop-up booths at community events. We've held a webinar, we've done surveys. We've also met one-on-one with a number of groups. And we also have a housing specific e-news that goes out to almost 600 people, and a general e-news that oftentimes has housing content that goes out to about 11,000 people. Next slide. I want to take this opportunity to thank the groups and the members of the public that we have met with. We've had a number of one-on-one meetings, over 20. And we've received some great ideas that have helped shape the proposal. Some people do want us to go further with this proposal. Some people think this is much too far. Next slide. And I do want to just highlight some of the changes that we have made based on public input. So we originally were proposing an additional height in multifamily areas. We have since taken that out. We again, we're originally proposing higher density allowances for market rate housing. Due to a lot of concern from stakeholders and the public, we have taken that out. Density allowances are only for market or for deed restricted, excuse me. The coverage, the requirement to transfer coverage still remains. We did look at that through the environmental analysis and identified that there could be an overall increase to coverage basin-wide, so we removed that. We've also tightened up the requirements for public entities to maintain area-wides as well as BMPs. They have to have an ongoing funding source. The original proposal did not include any changes to parking. We have since added those back in due to our stakeholders, pushing us to go further with this. And then last, as I mentioned before, we have added requirements to our achievable definition. Next slide. The Advisory Planning Commission recommended approval to the governing board last month. They did ask staff to release answers to frequently asked questions, which we have done. You can find it in attachment G of your packet. Next slide. Okay. Okay. The Regional Plan Committee recommended approval to the governing board last month as well, with 8 total changes that were included in more detail in the staff report, as well as how they were addressed. And I'm happy to go over those if folks have questions. So today we are requesting a motion from the governing board. And with that, I will hand it back to Madam Chair.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thanks for the excellent report and summary of a lot of work. I'm going to ask that those online who may want to address this issue, raise your hand now and keep it raised while we have board member comments and questions, so we can get a head count. We can see how many are in the room that want to address us, but we don't know how many of you online, and we need to set some parameters on public comment timing. So now I'll go, while you're putting your hands up in Zoom, if you'd like to speak on this item, I'll look for board member comments or questions. Yes, Ms. Dis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jessica Dis for the record. I just had a couple, hopefully, quick clarification points based on your presentation. I just wanted to clarify, my understanding is the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned the need for housing units that's been determined by studies and surveys. But what we're talking about here today does not equal that 6,000 number. It's just the 946 units, correct? Bonus units.
Correct.
So we're not talking about making it possible to build 6,000 units.
Correct.
And then the second one, and this is somewhat addressed in the FAQ, but just for sort of public consumption today. On the achievable definition, can you elaborate on the need for that workforce housing category? What are the income level? I know what we see, what the percentages are, but how does that work out in a dollar amount? Like what kinds of jobs are we talking about? And salaries and hourly worker rates that fit into each category in a rough term, if that's all you have.
Yeah, we actually have a slide showing what 290% of the area median income is.
Okay.
So you can see here, yeah, this is 290% of the median income. And to elaborate on this a little bit, we used to have, TRPA used to have an income cap with our achievable deed restrictions that were based on the income needed to afford the median priced home. And we actually got rid of it back in April. The board approved removing that. And the reason for that was because the income limit was super high in certain counties, like Washoe County, it's like 550% of the median income. And in Placer County, we were finding it was actually too low. So this, 290 is what we had for Placer County. We have heard anecdotally that this is too low. This is based on a 2-person household. So, I don't know exact salaries of like firefighters or teachers, but I guess we have heard that these are too low for certain people.
But the upper limit for moderate, which is the middle one, is 120% of the AMI, right? So it's just 120% of those the top row, correct?
This is actually, the top row is 100%. So 120.
So, but 120 of that
Yes.
is when people are ineligible for moderate.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments or questions, Ms. Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question. I recall the consultant's presentation to this board back in the winter of 2023. And one of the things that kind of stuck in my mind was a rendering of an apartment complex that replicated the types of changes that we're talking about today. But it caught my attention because it really took up the entire parcel, kind of what we're talking about today. But the parcel size was 12,000 square feet, which is probably more a normal parcel size. But I think about like Sugar Pine Project, which is 11.4 acres. So that's approximately 500,000 square feet. And then it started concerning me that, oh my gosh, like, would we build that big of a building over that amount of land? Because they could have, if Sugar Pine had maybe happened in the future, if these amendments are approved. So do we contemplate at any point a maximum land size?
So we don't have like a maximum, we're not proposing a maximum coverage cap in town centers in this proposal. That said, we are not making any changes to setback requirements. There's also open space requirements that the local jurisdictions have. And it is very unlikely that a project would come forward even over 90% coverage is what our permitting staff have told us. So, while we are allowing for higher coverage, there are still quite a few requirements, including setbacks and other requirements that the local jurisdictions have that would prevent a building from taking up the entire site. And I don't know.
Yeah, and I do think that based on, we did hear some feedback about that, that people were concerned that with a larger parcel, that maybe this wasn't exactly, kind of what they were hoping for their communities. And that's one of the pieces of feedback that we incorporated into this idea that local jurisdictions have the ability to have up to a year to opt out to figure out what of which of these standards work for their communities. So that is providing that opportunity.
I just wanted to follow up on that, Brooke.
Identify yourself.
Yeah, Vince Henigman, governing board for the record. Even if the property is very large, the geometry of housing requires that, because you need windows in bedrooms and your living room and everything, that a building can't be, really huge itself. You could have multiple buildings and then the codes require a certain amount of space between those buildings for fire, life safety, everything like that. So a big project like Sugar Pine on a big property would look like, several larger buildings with space in between them and gardens and things like that. You wouldn't get this big solid block that people are afraid of. Just it can't work out that way. So we don't have to be worried about that.
We do also have requirements for snow storage that projects need to show they have sufficient snow storage.
Other comments? Did anybody on that side? Yes, Ms. Hill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the comments that I'm hearing from folks that I'm meeting with that have concerns about our proposal are about the audit. And they're worried 10% is just not doing the trick. And I'm wondering if there is any feasibility to us looking at increasing that. I saw in the Q&A that staff could increase that audit, but I'm wondering, would we need a public-private partnership to do that? Or what does the budget look like to do that? Because I think those are valid concerns, especially for a new program like this, and understanding that people have taken advantage of programs like this, deed restricted properties, before in my district specifically. And so I'd like to just hear staff's thought on that.
Yeah, so we did, in previous staff reports, we've said that we would audit a minimum of 10%, and that can be changed by the board at any time. This year, we did audit 25% of units, actually, focusing on incline, and it actually cost the same amount as we were expecting, the 10%. So we can definitely audit more. And our housing consultant is going to basically tell us how much they think it will cost to audit 100% every year. So we'll have that number, and then we can decide, whether we can do that or how much budget we have. But we could definitely accommodate kind of a standard of auditing more each year.
Thank you. So that could be brought back to the board for discussion down the line.
John Marshall could correct me if I'm wrong, but that is something that we document in the staff report. It's sort of a year-to-year thing.
Okay.
It's not codified. So if you want to make that recommendation on the record today, we could move forward with a higher audit for next year's audit.
Okay.
Could I follow up on
Yes.
that? So almost all the projects, not that there's many or any right now, in Placer County being but we've been working with Tahoe Trucking. We've set up a workforce housing agency that spun out of the Mountain Housing Council. You're familiar with this, Karen. We're planning to audit 100% because we'll have state and federal tax credits have to be audited. All of those for the low and affordable. The achievable, we're also subsidizing for the workforce housing preservation program, and we're auditing 100%. So I think by jurisdictions, we could have agreements or MOUs with TRPA. I hate to see you do it twice. If we're auditing and submitting that, then audit our records, but not necessarily audit all those same people again. If there's a jurisdiction already doing it, or if we've provided local subsidy, Because we plan, if we're using any of our general fund to subsidize those units, that we are going to make sure they're not misused. So I just want to make sure we could work that out with MOUs. Okay. Yep. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Summer, for the record. It would be interesting to look at that data as well, because what's the benefit of auditing 100%? You know, how many violations do you have? So in other words, if you did 20% and you prove you have no violations, doing 100% is an incredible amount more work. It doesn't necessarily generate any more results. So I'm kind of curious to see how that comes back as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Going back to the previous question from just John Hester from Board Member Dis. This is a slide that was done for the housing study for Washoe County. And I think you can see at the bottom, I don't know if you can read all of it, but three different categories of workers, what they make and what it costs. In every case, you see that the red boxes at the bottom, housing costs more than they make. And these are the achievable folks that we're talking about. And maybe Board Member Hill, who is more familiar with the Washoe County study than we are, you may want to add to what I just said.
Well, it would be good if you left that slide up for a bit, because I think there's a lot of copy on it, but it does even specifically say what the under the annual income, what the actual specific job is. So teachers under that 82, the 136, that's registered nurses, sheriff deputies, and then the 41 are hospitality workers. So, and understanding that gap that we're seeing with ensuring that these folks can get housed in our community.
Thank you. Ms. Loomer, you had a question? Or were you done, Mr. Settleman? Okay, then, yeah.
I have a series, so I can like break them up and give other people chances. So we're not just, I'm not dominating for too long, but Alex Loomer for the record. So starting on achievable, Chair, was really nice to hear your point about auditing already happening in other places. So I think that's really helpful. I think having a higher audit number, at least out of the gate, will give us and probably the public more confidence. I just want to be sure that I'm understanding how those costs are absorbed and that that's not being passed down to the people that we're trying to help with the housing. So if staff wanted to speak to where we're getting that, funding from, how it's being distributed, and that, we're sure it's not going down to the people trying to get into the affordable housing.
So for the next 2 years, we did set aside funding from the general fund. And then with our phase 3, we want to look at a way of incorporating some kind of fee that, is not just on the affordable housing. So, because all housing and other uses are basically contributing to the need for workers and here. So we'd like to devise a fee through this next phase that is sort of assigned appropriately, but doesn't necessarily require us to come up with the funding from general fund for the long term.
Could we maybe limit that fee to the market rate development?
Those are some of the issues that we need to explore in phase 3 as to where we can assess and who we can assess and what are the basic rough proportionality that we need to take into consideration.
And and I also do appreciate, this was pointed out, I think in the FAQ, that having a really high daily fine in and of itself is a big deterrent. So hopefully that will help avoid a lot of people taking advantage of this, to be afraid of a $5,000 a day fine. But I guess this also begs the question that is following up on the achievable piece. Do we need this category? And I'm not necessarily challenging it. I want to hear people's thoughts. It seems like given the need for affordable and the low income category and how few units we're actually distributing here, why not just keep it to the affordable, or the low and moderate income? I mean, this seems to be creating a lot more work for TRPA, for others, and we're obviously getting concerns from the public. But not challenging, but would just like to hear.
John Hester for the record. We actually have built more moderate and affordable than we have achievable, because when you get down to this level, before this, it didn't work with the existing development regulations. It didn't work for people to invest. They would not make money. So with this, we think we'll get the market providing some achievable that we didn't before. But we have, if you look at the numbers, we have just a really small amount of achievable. We have more moderate and affordable because they get other subsidies. And frankly, this is still going to require subsidies to get to the affordable and moderate level, because changing our regulations, removing some of our barriers, still doesn't get it to the point that it makes a profit.
Can I follow up on that a little bit?
Yeah, and I think, yeah, Karen also.
Oh, did
Yeah.
you want to go? You go.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think one reason that achievable resort communities have started going towards this workforce category is that, different than other communities, workforce, they just rent and buy homes on the market. But in a resort community, nearly every single for sale home becomes a second home, and the price is much higher than it would be normally. So these workers who normally are able to buy homes, they instead are renting the homes that should be rented by our lower income folks. So then those lower income people are displaced, either have to commute in from the basin or from outside, or they're in overcrowded conditions. So it's really sort of an equity issue. It's by providing housing for this group, we're also providing housing for the lower income groups because more housing will be freed up.
I just wanted to say, there's so many different bands of housing need, and we need housing in all of those different bands. And this is just one where we don't have to put any public dollars to it for the achievable housing. And when you look at when you look at the affordable housing, what we've been paying, it's about $800,000 per unit, not total, but per unit and then in addition, free land. So the amount of subsidies required, it would be billions of dollars to provide the housing that we need if we're doing it all in a subsidized manner. So what we're trying to do now is allow the private market to deliver one band of that housing need. And then we'll go back and we'll focus on the other two with public subsidies. So we needed it.
And I know we're going to have more public comment on this item as well, but I know for Placer County, 42% of our need is above the moderate. And then when you take the moderate, it's another 18%. So the tax subsidies, the tax credits that come with the low and very low, aren't there for the achievable, but that's our missing middle. That is our teachers and our nurses. And so that's what we've been really focused on, is we know that there's all levels. That's the whole range of housing that we need to establish to find balance in our community again. Many of us who got to do that our kids can't do it. That's, absolutely certain. I want to take just a few more board questions and try to move on to public comment because the public's been waiting for us. So John, Mr. Friedrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of questions that members of the public asked that they had been seeking answers on, just to clarify here. And one is, are commodity conversions eligible for bonus units, say from TAU to a residential use, et cetera?
No, they are not.
Okay. And then similar to this previous line of questioning, do we have data, say in the last several years, of how many residents have been built of the type we're talking about today using bonus units versus market rate, and of the market rate, kind of a sense of the average size and type of those market rate developments? I mean, you mentioned up front, we're seeing monster homes, luxury homes. I think we all see this, vacation rentals, but do we have any data on how many homes, residents are being built at a size that an average Tahoe worker can afford versus these more speculative real estate luxury developments in recent years?
Well, certainly the average home size of a market rate unit has gotten very high. It's over 2,000 square feet, sometimes around 2,400. So we have seen, I don't know the exact size of homes that are more affordable, market rate homes that are more affordable, but you may have seen some of them go in South Lake Tahoe behind Accurate Audio. There's some duplexes. I think those are probably about 1,200 square feet along Pioneer. There's some that look like about 1,200 square feet each. So those are the sizes. We could get you the data if you need it.
And then final question is on the achievable. Another question was about that meeting local housing requirements. In California, we have the regional housing needs allocation. Rena, does does the achievable definition help local jurisdictions, at least in California, meet those requirements of their required in housing elements?
Yeah, the achievable category helps meet the local jurisdiction's RENA for the above moderate category, which is part of their requirement.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Conrad Zeta.
Ashley Conrad Zeta for the record. I just have a very quick question about the step back requirement for each additional foot of new height in the building. I'm just trying to wrap my head around in practice what that looks like. And so if you could just explain that a little bit more, that would be really helpful. And I also just am glad for Ms. Diss's clarifying question that this applies to 946 units and that there's still obviously a need for more and we have more work to do. So this is just another step. And so I really appreciate the story map and all the detail and everything to help all of us understand what we're dealing with today. Thanks.
So the step back requirement is anything over 56 feet in town centers would be required to be stepped back 1 foot for every 1 foot of height. So it essentially creates a 45-degree angle. So the building can't be just a box.
Thank you. That's what I imagined, but it was a little confusing. And it might be helpful to put a little diagram there just in the story map.
If there's no other questions in the room, I did want to go to Mr. Aguilar or Ms. Bagwell. Ms. Bagwell, do either of you have questions? You're both shaking your head. Okay. Then again, I want to look at how many hands are raised on Zoom. Do we know where we're at with public comment?
There are 18 hands raised online and about 19 people have signed up and indicated they wish to speak here today.
Okay. And I know we have board members that need to leave. We want to try to wrap up public comment if we can by 3:15. So I'm going to start. Does that give us time for 3 minutes each then? It's going to be tight. So what I'm going to ask for you here, we are glad you're here. We're happy to hear from you. We've received a tremendous number of letters and public input. We will try to honor a 3-minute timeline, but if you could please help us expedite by if you agree with somebody or if your letter has been submitted to us, I can tell you we all take it very seriously and have read that. And so we want to make sure we hear from everybody who would like to address us. So I'm going to start. I'm going to ask that those of you in the room, please start lining up now because we lose about 10 or 20 seconds with people waiting to get up and come. And we'll start with those in the room. And then those of you on Zoom, we will go to you next. So I appreciate everybody trying to get through this and make sure our full board can stay and hear all of the comments.
If it pleases the chair, you want me to call out names?
Oh,
because I have the
sure.
list. Is that okay?
Oh,
and I can
Jeff,
get
thank
people
you.
lined up. Is that all right?
You can get people lined up.
Good morning, or afternoon board members. So I just wanted to comment about the achievable housing, because I know there's been a lot of questions about this and at the last board meeting. So the cost can't change the market on this. And the graph that was up there earlier, we can't charge more than the market will bear. And what you showed there, in other words, we really can't charge more than like 150% AMI. Otherwise, the rents are going to be too high, whether they're a nurse or a sheriff or whatever their career path is. It's not going to be affordable for them. So that's really the bottom line on that. You can't charge some high rent for them. It's not going to make sense. What's the point of building the achievable housing? Secondly, as regards to the audits, if you're not going to rent to the non-locals, you're going to get caught on the audits and you're going to get in trouble and it's going to cost you a bunch of big fines. So there'd be no incentive to do that whatsoever. And third, when we do this, we're basically almost doing this from an altruistic standpoint, because I'll give you an example. We have to put 35% down of our own money to build these properties. Okay, so if it's a $20 million project, which it usually is around that to do a decent size project, say 25 units, okay, I have to put $7 million of my own money into that project to do that, to get it off the ground. So it's not cheap. And the return on that is about 3 or 4%. That's all it is. So it's not like we're making a bunch of money on these properties. We're really doing it because we want to help the people in the basin. Then I hope that, and there is no government funding that's helping us do that. So it's, yeah, you know, we're doing it on our own. One thing about this, I've had multiple local employers come to me and say, we want to master lease all of your units so that our employees have a place to live, which then that, of course, again, you don't have to worry about the audits because I've got a local employer that wants to rent all of our units, period. So it covers that as well. So you don't have any issues, again, on your audits because these employers don't have any place to house their employees. And your consultant that they hired, which was a great consultant regards to the height, they showed units. If you put the parking underground or as a bottom floor, then you build straight up, which requires a greater height. Then you reduce the parking issue, which is how we designed when they show the photos or the plans from the consultant a couple months ago. Then you don't have to worry about it.
Mr.
Thank you for
Taylor,
your
I'm
time.
sorry. Thank
for your
you.
time.
Next.
I assume this is on.
Yes.
Hi. I ask you today not to approve the adoption of these amendments as presented. Oh, Pamela Mahoney-Sigdinis. With all due respect, the staff findings are incomplete and flawed on many levels. Further, you must agree that to accept with no data the assertion that there will be no significant impacts associated with these amendments, considering today's environmental realities and Tahoe visitation, it would be at best reckless to approve this without data. The public has repeatedly requested and deserves an in-depth analysis of the true impacts of these proposed changes. I ask you to read the accompanying piece that I sent online, which was published in the Nevada Current this week. It's critical that the governing board not rush land use changes. Once these changes are on the books, they're on the books. Contrary to claims from business-funded nonprofits, as well as TRPA executive staff and consultants, the Tahoe Basin does not have a shortage of housing units. What it does have is a shortage of housing units available to those who need them, who live here, who want to work here. We need to have a basin-wide STR cap as part of this. It is just incomprehensible that that is not part of this. We have begged you to prioritize public safety and health and conduct an environmental impact report that investigates today's Tahoe Basin. What is the real carrying capacity with climate change, extreme weather? These are all issues we live with every day. 2012 is not 2024. I ask you, please do not rush development. We need to consider what it would take to get the existing population out of the basin before we start adding more density. Furthermore, I had to drive here. I live in North Lake. There is no public transportation option for me to be here. We need to be realistic about this. Please get the infrastructure in place. Do the research. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Seth Dowgub. I'm speaking for myself, but I'm also COO of Next Gen Housing Partners, which is a workforce housing developer in Metro Seattle. So yes, I'm an evil developer. I have no financial stake in any of this aside from my small house that I live with my wife in South Lake Tahoe full time. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to do what I love in place that I live. This proposal, I would say, is tepid. So it's probably right. If you have a developer saying this doesn't go far enough and doesn't incentivize building enough, and you have members of the public saying this is going to be the destruction of Tahoe as we know it, you've probably done your job. I had a long series of economics lessons here, but your staff has done an excellent job and I feel that the board has a pretty good grasp on the economics of the situation. The types of workforce housing that I've built are primarily for the equivalent of the hospitality workers here. And you have a good grasp that the amount of incentives that it takes to build a Sugar Pine Village is immense and can't be repeated and will never meet that need. This proposal is an incremental step that will slightly reduce the amount of public subsidies that need to go towards those projects. By no means, if this proposal passes today and the city of South Lake Tahoe takes additional steps, I'm still not racing to buy land. I'm still not racing to develop these types of units. The gap is so large. The main criticism I will have is while the tone and the themes and the general economics of what are in the staff report is correct, those are also a couple of years old. That's in a pre-inflationary, both on the labor side, the material side. That's in a world where I could borrow money at 5% for construction. Now it's 9.5% for construction. So if anything, the economics are even more broken than what's reflected in there. I like to joke, I spend a lot of time at the City of South Lake Tahoe council meetings, and the unofficial motto is the perfect is the enemy of the good. And I see it over and over and over again. This proposal is far from perfect. And there's a lot of valid criticism that comes from members of the community, but it's better than what we have now. And it's probably about as far as you can go in the environment in which you work. So I wholeheartedly support the proposal. I hope that you pass it. And I look forward to phase 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Gavin.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, members and staff. Excuse me. Gavin Feiger, behalf of the League of Save Lake Tahoe. The League has been on the Tahoe Living Working Group since the inception in 2020. So we do have the benefit of that history. You know, we've been in it with staff and the other stakeholders. It's a pretty big group run through the Advisory Planning Commission. So going forward, I just hope that everybody starts tuning into those. I know there's a ton of meetings. It's hard to know what's going to be important when they start, but turns out they're all important sometimes. So we've submitted comment letters and you know, been doing the thing throughout these last 3.5 years. Where it stands now, inside town centers, we're fully supportive of the proposals. We don't want to see incentives outside of town centers. You know, our mission is to protect the environment. We all live here. We care. Most of our staff rents, like we're in it with everybody. But you know, our goal is to protect the environment. So within town centers, we've been clear since the regional plan update in 2012 that that's where we'd like to see. I mean, and ideally all development, the remaining development left in Tahoe, go into town centers. So continuing that theme with affordable housing. Outside town centers, I think there's some great opportunities. North Shore and South Shore are very different. We work lake-wide. You guys represent different parts of the lake. We've got community members from different parts of the lake. Town centers were established differently in the North Shore and South Shore. You can take a couple, you know, prime examples, like you'll hear, anyway, I don't want to get into detail, but they're very different. So I think taking the outside town center incentives into phase 3, taking a very detailed look at where those incentives are most applicable, like South Lake Tahoe, I live here, I'm most familiar. Al Tahoe, Sierra Track, there's some dense housing in there anyway. Definitely could use some more. But Myers, maybe not. Carnelian Bay, maybe not. So, you know, putting that into phase 3 and getting a lot more community buy-in or community involvement from the start in that phase 3 is what we're recommending here. We'd also like to see some more audits. I'm happy to hear that there's some money for it, especially in those first 2 years. We always push for monitoring, especially when something's new. So consistent with that too. And that'll help inform a lot of decisions in phase 3. Last thing, so again, totally supportive of everything in town centers right now. Outside town centers punt to phase 3, and let's take a real look at disincentives. These first 2 phases have been all about incentives, which is fantastic. There's not enough policies in the world to combat the all-powerful return on investment. 3 or 4% is not enough. You know, people are going to try to build luxury condos or luxury hotels. So let's try to provide disincentives for the type of development we don't want to see that does not provide benefits to our community and environment. to go along with these incentives that do provide benefits to our community's environment, especially in town centers and in some areas outside of town centers with a more detailed look. So hope I made that clear. I'm happy to chat in more detail. There's a lot of details, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Gavin.
Hey, everybody, after Dean, Rebecca Bryson, Ed Moser, Zach Thomas, and Jan House.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, governing board and staff. Gene Diaz, St. Joseph Community Land Trust. We are a non-profit developer of what you're calling affordable and moderate income ownership housing. The affordable is rental. And we're very proud that we're able to make a contribution towards this very severe housing crisis. We strongly support the move for these amendments. As Seth said, it's a step in the right direction. It's not going to solve all of the problems we have, but we fully support that. We do have one suggestion, and that's currently Code Section 52.3.1 combines the allocation of bonus units for moderate and achievable. So those two groups are competing with each other for a very scarce resource. And as the staff report pointed out, the needs assessment sort of is broken up 50% affordable, 50% moderate, 50% achievable. And we would recommend that there be a specific allocation along those lines for the allocation of bonus units. Other than that, we're very supportive.
Thank you, Jane. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Bryson, and I have worked on many housing groups in the last 5 to 7 years, but I guess today I'm here as a community member. I'm a South Shore resident, and I would like to support these proposed changes. And I'm especially excited, actually, normally Gavin and I agree on almost everything, but I actually have walked around town a lot in the last 5 years after working on housing. And I've walked all along Sierra Tract, El Tahoe, and I have been surprised to find out how many duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes are hidden in there. And they look just like the rest of the neighborhood. And those were all grandfathered in densities. We could never do that now. And yet they look totally natural. And so I'm really excited about the possible. And I think it's great that you took the height requirement out of the non-town centers, because I do think adding height in these areas might be an imposition, but I think adding density and coverage as appropriate is perfect. So the one thing I am concerned about is I would like the changes to go into effect as soon as possible, because it seems to take between 1 and 5 years for anything to get built here. And so I like the idea that there's 2 options for the cities to pursue, and I would just like to get these things going. And I'd also like to end on a note, this is a lot of carrots, and I still think we could use some sticks, because I think that there is a lot of big single family homes going in here. And I just hate to see when a very small, affordable single family home goes away and a big home gets built there. I would still like to see some sticks on that person be able to, or be required to put in money for affordable housing somewhere else. And really, I'm just hoping that these incentives for duplexes and triplexes encourage a developer, instead of building a monster home on Herbert, that they build a triplex there instead. And then we have 3 homes instead of 1. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. TRPA exists because local government failed. This is why we're here today and in this position. Since 1969, TRPA has ruled with an iron fist and kid gloves. You have controlled development in the basin, so any and all problems, deficiencies, or imbalances are the result of TRPA's leadership. This has some positive aspects to it, this proposal. Also, I find that it's not a holistic solution, and I think you should deal with it from that direction. Start with, not to repeat what other people have said or will say, but town centers. Most people live or visit here to escape the urban landscape. Your policy to allow CFA removed from sensitive lands to town centers to be doubled or tripled when housing for their employees was either destroyed or not constructed has exacerbated the problems. Now you want to further urbanize the basin to compensate for your ignorance. In South Lake Tahoe, the same mistake with CFA was made as motels. Too many motels were made during the 60s and 70s. The same with CFA. We have vacant buildings and businesses throughout town now. So that's space that's wasted. Also, they want to tear down Motel 6, which should be affordable housing converted to affordable housing, which is, the conservancy. It's a joke. The whole thing is the whole motto has been for some years to increase the tax base. And because we lost 400 million in just a 5-year span in tax increment from redevelopment area projects, they went and put all their eggs in one basket in timeshares. And total was over 600 or 700 million was lost throughout the city, and it's still going on every day. So that's part of the problem. They want to build as big and as luxurious as they can because we need to increase the tax base. That is the motto and has been for some years now. You want to two problems I have with this is snow storage. It was mentioned that snow storage is going to be part of this. That is a problem here. And building large homes or complexes, there isn't enough room for snow storage. It creates problems for neighbors. It creates problems for the whole neighborhood. I've been advocating for snow melting machines, and for some reason, they don't seem that's feasible or possible here. And when it's one thing they should buy before a plow. Also, if you're going to parking, allowed to provide less parking, then you need to deed restrict tenants from ever owning a car, is basically what you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Zach Thomas. I'm the Director of Development Services for the City of South Lake Tahoe. The City of South Lake Tahoe Development Services staff supports the proposed amendments as they are necessary to implement the projects needed to address the housing needs of the city, as well as implement the programs identified in the city's state certified housing element. Specifically, the proposed amendments associated with density, height, and coverage are necessary to implement the City Council's priority housing project located at 3900 Lake Tahoe Boulevard. With the proposed increase in density, height, and coverage, the project, which is without these increases in the density, height, and coverage, the proposed project, which is to be affordable housing, will not qualify for the federal and state funding sources necessary to build it. As a general note, land use policy and regulation, as with any other law for that matter, can never anticipate every unintended consequence. The fact remains that the proposed amendments largely align with the consistent feedback provided to TRPA staff through the Tahoe Living Working Group and other avenues. The amendments represent common sense and well-considered changes that allow for the increased production of housing while having the least potential negative environmental consequences. Based on the city's effort to develop and assist in the development of housing, we know what is needed to get housing built. Development standards such as density, height, and site coverage are intertwined with project feasibility and financing. In fact, they're one of the same. This is even more true with the higher density infill developments, which are the type of development most beneficial to the environment, as well as most likely to meet the needs of the local workforce and the residents most in need of housing. I can say with certainty that without the proposed increases to height, density, and coverage regulations being proposed, valuable projects underway to address housing will not get built. To date, over the past 2 years, over $100 million of federal and state grants, bonds, and equity investment has been brought into the basin to address affordable housing shortages. Approving these amendments will ensure that this critical flow of cash of funding can continue and new housing can be built. Addressing the housing crisis takes a broad spectrum approach, which includes incentivizing the use of existing housing stock. That is true through programs such as Lease to Locals, improving the quality of housing, facilitating the development of ADUs, and monitoring deed restrictions. Yes, the city is doing all of these, but these programs are but a piece in the larger puzzle, which must also include the production of new housing stock. The entire spectrum is needed to create an equitable approach to housing in the region. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
After Jan, Emily Setzer.
Good afternoon.
Hi there. My name's Jan Ellis. I've lived on the North Shore for way too long, 50 years, maybe more. Anyhow, I now am in Tahoe City, and I am very glad you did such a good job presenting the information. I learned a lot. I took a lot off my questions. But what I do want to address is the parking issue. Because I understand, I mean, cities have for a long time known that the goal is to go up and not sprawl. It's a good thing, good concept for cities. I don't think of Tahoe City as a big city. And this is where I have real difficulty with the future look of Tahoe, not just in the density, but in the traffic. Because even if you eliminate parking, which I'm having a very hard time understanding how we can go up and have less parking, because in my perspective, it's not realistic. People that live at Tahoe have a car. You can't get around. It's not Yosemite. It's not a 15-minute ride every 15 minutes, you know. It doesn't work that way. It's once an hour if the traffic doesn't prevent them from getting there. We have a real traffic issue that is coupled with a housing issue. And I don't see how we can jump too fast into what we're wanting to do here without addressing the parking issue too. And, you know, in a city, you can go up 10 floors and put 4 floors of garage in there. And when you have snow and traffic, other people, I only see growth coming in the future. All the areas around us are growing. Bird eye is shocking right now. And people, they don't see themselves as tourists, and they're not. This is their backyard. They want to come up for the day from Reno or Carson or Sacramento. Those cars are going to keep coming, and the workers are going to keep coming from outside the basin. We need somehow to figure out the parking. And so I'd like you to slow down and really kind of integrate the complexity of what we're facing in the future. Thank you.
Hi, Emily.
Hi, Emily Setzer with Placer County Community Development. Workforce housing is a strategic priority of the Placer County Board of Supervisors. The Mountain Housing Council's most recent housing needs assessment showed that our North Tahoe Truckee region needs 8,100 housing units at achievable to affordable levels. That's a lot more than our 946 that we're talking today. More than 800 of those were needed in East Placer specifically for our existing resident workforce. So people who are already working in the basin, although they may not live here. And those were at income levels above that 80% of area median income, a typical affordable. So these are moderate and achievable income limits. To secure and develop housing for our local workers, we need to take new creative approaches because the ways of the past haven't produced the results that we need. I will say too that most of our local workers are not able to be here today in this room to provide comments because they are busy working. Placer County has committed to help solve these housing challenges through active participation in the TRPA Tahoe Living Working Group, for which we are thankful to participate, as well as membership in the Tahoe Truckee Workforce Housing Agency, whose mission has expanded to serve the greater community in addition to its member agencies. The Placer County Board approved an earmark of $3 million of transient occupancy tax to support our workforce housing preservation program. And TOT and TBID funds have been earmarked for the Lease to Locals program and other housing initiatives. The board also committed $2.5 million towards our Dollar Creek Crossing development for local workers. Programs like these are geared towards the affordable, the moderate, and the achievable income limits. We appreciate TRPA for recognizing the need for workforce housing in the Tahoe Basin, and we look forward to working together to create and implement solutions for our workforce. I will also say personally that it is people like me and my coworkers and people who work at the hospital and our teachers and our local utility workers who do fall into those moderate and achievable limits, who could in this market today not afford to buy a home at $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 plus over 7% interest rates. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Gail High. I will second everything that, where does this come from? I know we're so well said about the parking. I am very concerned about the parking, and I wonder what happens when 3 years, 4 years, 5 years from now, all of a sudden we realize that there is gridlock because there are still all these cars and there is absolutely no place to park. How do we undo that? Where do we go with it at that point? So please, yes, move slowly, consider all the ramifications, and let's hope that we can keep Tahoe a place that we want to be and that we can get help, because all of us have gone into stores, have gone to the hospital and not had the quick service we might like because workers can't afford it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Niobe.
Great job with everything. We're getting there. I want to introduce myself, Niobe Burden Austere, a property owner on the North Shore since 1998. I've work experience in commercial lending, venture capital, and loan restructuring. I'm a real estate investor of long-term rentals. I've lived in 5 resort communities worldwide in the past 10 years. I'm a fine art photographer and became a sustainable development advocate for Lake Tahoe when I saw the grave amount of degradation the lake upon my return. We all want workforce housing, but these amendments need refinements, as stated by many. They will supersede all local jurisdictions. Well, maybe that's changed at this point, but to prove that a local jurisdiction to prove otherwise is going to be very difficult. Mixed-use projects will be able to take advantage of benefits of these as long as they provide undetermined number of achievable housing units as of this point. Units that in fact won't even be affordable for most of the workforce necessary to operate and the commercial and hotel establishments in that project. The biggest red herring is the lack of environmental analysis and fire evacuation studies, despite cumulative impacts since 2012. Most can clearly see this. The need for these studies is obviously a matter of interpretation, and most likely will be decided by the courts, unfortunately. If TRPA doesn't consider moving the environmental analysis to phase 2 instead of, which is just around the corner in phase 3. The 65-foot, 5-story height still moves forward despite overwhelming public disapproval. Please move the inclusion of multifamily zones to phase 3. Regarding the achievable definition, I put out in a written public comment to you all. Please put a requirement in the language that the workforce housing portion of a mixed-use project be built in phase 1, avoiding the real possibility of it never being built without needing more concessions and funding, which defeats the whole purpose of these amendments. Number 2, no one understands how many bonus units remain, including governing board members. A matrix graphic with county, income category, whether allocated or not, would give a clearer understanding of the number of bonus units remaining. Then decide if a site-specific analysis in the multifamily zones would be better. We need tightening of language of the achievable housing definition to further strengthen its intent to assure affordability by the missing middle. I also suggest each achievable project have a mix of low and moderate affordable units. Please, because TRPA was not able to give me rental projections, this research, I came up with my own research where the bank's standard housing allowance of 30% gross monthly income. Utilizing Placer County's AMI from the fact sheet, 100% of AMI for the achievable criteria would be $123,000 for a 3-person household. For a monthly housing allowance of $3,075 for a unit for 3 people. 180% of AMI would allow a housing allowance of $4612. What will rents end up being set by developers? The 39 Degrees North project in Kings Beach indicates on their website, their achievable housing is for those meeting up to 220% of AMI. That's a household making 225,000, a housing allowance of 5637. Does this sound like market or better rents being projected by the developer? Are these rents affordable for the average missing middle household? Please add something.
Niobe, I do need you to wrap up.
I am.
Okay,
This
okay,
is the
okay.
language. I'm coming to the language. Please add something similar to the following language to tighten the amendment so it addresses the real need of affordable housing for the missing middle. Rents will be structured to be no more than a standard housing allowance of 30% of the qualified tenant's household gross monthly income, or based on a sliding scale percentage of AMI as the staff in the board determines meets affordability for the missing middle.
Thank you, Niobe.
And I
we
have put
do-
this in
yeah,
the public comment.
right,
Okay?
and we saw your letter. Thank you very much.
right.
And
Thank you
thank
very
you for
much.
being here and all your work on this. Benton?
Okay, after Benton, Stephen Prescott, Nate Waller, Ellie Waller, and Alette.
Go ahead, Benton.
Hello, everybody. Vinton Hawkins, today representing Boatworks, the Inn at Boatworks, Boatworks Mall, and the Boatworks condominium. We're very much in support and hope you approve the amendments. They've been well thought out. We have, I'm speaking today mostly from our own operations and the struggles that we've had, finding and retaining workforce. I can echo that throughout all of our tenants that we've been working with the past 5 years. They struggle with workforce housing and their retaining employees. This is a real concern. Most of our employees come outside of the basin to work. There are some lucky folks that have been living up here that they can live here. These are local proprietors, mom and pop shops that are tenants in our malls, and they struggle. During COVID, we lost significant amounts of people went out of business. So it's a real issue. This is a start. The amendments, we think they're fantastic. We really support them. And Vince, I want to applaud you for recapturing and summarizing the journey that we've had for the last 2 years in your comments recently. It's well thought out. We very much support what you said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Prescott. And today I just want to thank the TRPA board for all the hard work on this. It's been a slog, it looks like. I came to Tahoe about 25 years ago. I'm a San Diego State guy. And my fraternity brothers from Sacramento brought me here as a snowboard instructor. And the first day I came, I fell in love with the place. And I'm incredibly lucky to be a property owner here. And I have one of the properties in the Mountain Town Center that could be eligible for affordable housing. And we started making steps to put together a project that would address ultra low income in Kings Beach Mountain Town Center, right on the transit line. And just want to thank the board for all their hard work and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey,
Good
how
to
are
see
you?
you.
My name is Dwayne Wallace. I'm the CEO of the South Tahoe Chamber of Commerce and a 50-year resident of South Lake Tahoe. Also a 25-year board member of STPUD and a past school board member, so a little bit ingrained in the community. I'm here on behalf of our board of directors who voted unanimously to support this proposal. That's a big deal. It's a big deal when we agree with the league. But we do, for the most part. But the small businesses we have and their children who would like to maybe run their parents' businesses someday are not able to afford to live in their own town with their own business. So we're behind the curve. As Jim Beachy said, one of your past executive directors, we are a museum of the 60s and we've got to catch up. So this is a great step in the right direction. That being said, I agree with Mr. Dollop, who I've met recently, and Mr. Thomas. So I'm going to cut it short and say that I think one other step, and I think this gentleman, I'm sorry, Mr. Hunnigan, mentioned is that even with the government money, we come short. What I did when I was on the utility district that I'm hoping every agency does, I talked our board into cutting our connection fees in half and moving the cost for them to the end of the project when it actually opened versus in the beginning. So they weren't paying interest for months and months while all of us agencies delayed them with little nitpicky things. I'm hoping that TRPA, the Conservancy, the city, the county, SDPUD, everybody donates every doggone thing, land, fees, everything, because as Mr. Dollop said, it still doesn't pencil. So we can talk all we want, make something almost there, but they have to make a profit. It's not a dirty word. It's what makes things work. And so unless government wants to fund it all, we need to be able to have, meet these developers halfway. And I hope Mr. Dollop finds a way to develop something in his hometown. And I hope every agency does everything they can and not just keep charging fees that create, if you get the land cost out of the way, some of those costs, maybe we can do it. And I hope we do, because I've got 5 kids and I want them to live here. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks for all your service. Hi, Ellie.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. No disrespect to Mayor Bagwell, Shelley's alternative today. I ask that you abstain. Getting briefed on the housing amendment doesn't substitute for actual participation for months and years and many meetings, presentations, board comments, and public comment. Today, I ask the board not to approve the amendments or the initial environmental checklist, which is no substitute for actual adequate environmental analysis. My opinion, it's shameful and preposterous to think or state that existing conditions analyzed in the 2012, I'll repeat, 2012 regional plan update have not changed substantially. Even more disconcerting that the public at large, most affected, was not invited at the inception of this process. The public does have a lot to share, as evidenced by phone calls, by comments that have been provided over the last 4 or 5 months. Staff stated that data has been collected, but what environmental analysis exists that supports their conclusions? Where are the mitigations and benchmarks that should accompany the proper level of environmental analysis and associated findings? One size does not fit all. Every area of the lake, north, south, east, and west, have distinct differences. You as local jurisdiction elected officials and others should ask yourselves at what cost to your communities is acceptable with one size fits all. When conservation groups from all around the lake and private citizens rise up in unison to oppose TRPA land use changes, there is a reason to believe let's do our best to work together isn't happening. I ask you to deny or postpone the amendments today until proper environmental analysis is done. Tahoe is my backyard, and affordability is not the only issue in Tahoe or the surrounding areas. Ask yourself about the cost of living and how those issues aren't easily resolvable at all.
Thank you, Ellie. Are there any others in the room, Jeff? Okay. Oh, hi, Alexis.
Actor Alexis, Thea Graybill, Randy Fleischer, the Hill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson and fellow TRPA governing board members. My name is Alexis Aller. I'm the Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. I actually have not been to the TRPA hearings probably since the regional plan update was approved, and I guess I'm grateful for that. But what brought us to that arena at that time was actually resort recreation zoning, and that gave life to a pretty bad project called Martis Valley West. That map, the league, Sierra Watch spent 7 years fighting, and we're still not done. We're hoping for an open space opportunity. So zoning and land use and code, it makes a difference, and these ideas do give life to other projects. So I think that that context is important. As a 19-year resident of this community with 12 of those years serving as MAP's executive director, I'm a huge advocate of open space, responsible development, workforce housing, and community benefits. We all know that development in Tahoe takes time. Good planning also takes time, and some of the best plans have community support and buy-in. We're not there yet. Today, we're asking you to postpone a vote on phase 2 for a number of reasons. A legally inadequate initial environmental checklist is at the top for MAP, with no new environmental analysis for public safety, evacuation, wildfire danger, traffic, water quality, air quality view sheds, under the assumption that Tahoe has stayed still in time since 2012 is just not the case. Phase 2 contemplates more intense land uses, more coverage, more density, more height. This all equates to more intense land uses and considerations that must be analyzed with appropriate mitigation and alternatives to be considered. Secondly, alternatives. The only innovative solution Cascadia brought to your board is urban planning, which is counter to the Tahoe mountain landscape and infrastructure. Our current conditions don't align with this type of planning or lack of analysis. And from the standpoint of addressing the crisis, this is not the best bang for our buck. The best bang for our buck is putting more funds into unlocking existing inventory. With half of our units sitting empty, this is our best bang for our buck. This is existing units that can be converted into long-term rentals, and the programs that Emily spoke of at Placemate and Lease to Locals, they're successful. They're successful in Placer. They're successful in the town of Truckee. So let's put some more dollars into those types of programs. Additionally, a basin-wide short-term rental cap would help create an immediate inventory of units to either be rented or sold to the workforce. That is what your residents and workforce want. We all know what it feels like to have an employee, friend, or family member no longer be able to afford to live in Tahoe or be able to compete with the high earners who are making Tahoe their full-time residence. Those of us who understand the building environment of Tahoe also know how long it takes to get development to come forward, 2 to 5 years, if not longer, due to SEQR review, public process requirements per jurisdiction, design review, community engagement. It's a process. With the lack of
Alexis,
support in these
I
incentives.
do need you to wrap up. Thank you.
Can I make one closing comment? Because I think it's critical.
Yeah.
We're talking about deed restricted housing. And we've talked about the fact that we want to incentivize housing that doesn't need subsidies. But we've also talked about how the majority of housing will need those subsidies. It is critical to understand that you get state and federal dollars. You don't get to control who lives there. It is all AMI related, has nothing to do if you're a local workforce. So please take that into consideration. With half of our need being affordable and moderate, the local jurisdictions don't get to control who lives there. It's by income.
Thank you. Thanks, Alexis. And we appreciated the comments you provided. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Good afternoon. I've said a lot in previous meetings and you've heard it all, but I just want to bring up a comparison to what Placer County did years ago in the late 70s, back when I worked at Boatworks Mall at Hacienda del Lago. And they eliminated the trailer park that was a 65-acre tract and put in a transit hub. And that's where all the ski instructors, all the dishwashers, all the waiters, and the construction workers lived. And they took it out, they paved it so that it was a transit hub, that big old transit hub in Tahoe City. And now they're thinking of putting affordable housing back there. So that is how your jurisdictions think. And it's kind of, you know, throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I am appalled at the lack of environmental review that's gone into this major proposed changes to the code. If you read chapter 4 and chapter 16 of the code, which maybe you've changed since last month, you have to identify cumulative impacts. You have to have written findings showing how this will not exceed the thresholds of water quality, air quality, visual, scenic quality. There's so much more you could do to incentivize affordable housing, like stop STRs, put a cap on STRs, please. And stop constructing these huge tourist attractions, these trails that attract people from all over the world to come to our little rural enclaves to park in our streets to avoid having to pay for parking so they can go on the East Shore Trail or the trails up around Mount Rose and stuff. It's just, these are tourist attractions and we don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to incentivize tourists to come here. So please delay or deny the proposed housing amendments until proper environmental findings are made in accordance with the existing code. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did we miss Thea and, yep, that Randy? Thea Grado? Okay. And then Toby Tyler, Margaret Martini, and then Toby Tyler.
Hi, I'm Randy Fleischer. I'm an Incline Village resident. I want to thank TRPA and the staff for putting this proposal together. I'm currently working on a site in Incline Village for achievable housing without the changes to coverage, height, density, parking, and the development standards. There would be no way possible or no path forward for this development. Incline Village desperately needs achievable and workforce housing. There's no place for our workers to live. And I just want to applaud you all for taking this initiative. And Alexis, I hope that you opt in at your earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I think it's Margaret.
Yes, we need to expedite. Yes, thank you.
Okay, Margaret Martini, Incline Village, been a resident at Lake Tahoe since 1964, which is before the TRPA was even founded. The pendulum has swung to the max from what the original charter was to what we're sitting here looking at today for your approval. I hope that the transportation meeting this morning has developed a comprehensive evacuation plan. We don't even have one of those. And yet here we're looking at adding more and more and more. That's like the horse before the cart or the cart before the horse or whatever. I'm beginning to wonder if any of you have even read the charter. Hello, have you all read it? If you had, we would not even be here discussing this gross overdevelopment of the Tahoe Basin. Many board members are not even residents of this very basin that they are making development decisions on. A prime example is the member from Washoe County Commission in Nevada, who constantly votes pro-development. At one meeting in Reno, when she was asked about the Reno area water availability, she pointed towards Lake Tahoe and made a statement to the fact that there was a huge water resource right above us. Yeah, at the church, the meeting at the church. Really. The water of Lake Tahoe are protected resource, as you would know if you read the charter. The TRPA is charged with protecting the waters and environment of Lake Tahoe, not to destroy it by gross and unfettered development, as is planned by this TRPA board staff, who seems to think that it is a sound and reasonable development parameters do not apply to them. Example, just what is a 3/4 parking place? How many of us have 3/4 of a car? Really? Look at that. Who drives 3/4 of a car? The same person who parks in 3/4 of a parking place. Climate in Tahoe is warming. What are the thousands or more cars emitting that, are they emitting cold exhaust, or are we contributing to warming with millions of cars coming every year? Sorry, I'm eliminating some acerbic comments. It is really a shame that the agency was formed to protect the lake is the one with the definitive plans to destroy it, via this board, and the buck stops here with you all. No paving
Thank
over
you.
paradise. It's not the right thing to do.
Thank you very much for your comments. Good afternoon.
Hello, Toby Tyler with the Sierra Club. The Sierra Club's Tahoe area group objects to these amendments and requests the governing board members not approve them today. The Sierra Club fully supports true affordable housing in the Tahoe Basin, which these amendments will not accomplish. Achievable housing with no income caps has nothing to do with workforce housing, which is what is needed. The primary intent appears to be to satisfy developers with unsubstantiated promises that increased density, height, and coverage, along with reduced parking, will meet the needs of our rural communities. Sierra Club supports creating walkable town centers, but without a frequent and reliable transportation system in snow country, how do you expect people to get around? I routinely see people dangerously walk down the middle of the streets in South Lake Tahoe because of poorly plowed streets with little or no sidewalks. Even the sidewalks on the main Highway 50 corridor are rarely plowed. Why don't you fix the broken transportation system up here first before trying to fix the housing crisis that you, TRPA, as well as the city and counties have been responsible for after years of allowing short-term rentals to dominate. TRPA counties in the city have all been so busy permitting mega mansions, resorts, and luxury condominium complexes. Why would the community trust you now to not continue as usual with permitting the above under these so-called affordable housing amendments? Using an initial environmental checklist for these changes is an egregious overstepping of your authority, as an IEC does not come close to adequately evaluating the environmental impacts of these changes. Instead of saddling the fire agencies with the increased impacts of further development in this wildfire-prone area, thereby making evacuation that much more difficult, and saddling police and safety agencies with more mayhem on the roads, why not stop and first fully analyze these impacts? Cumulative impacts must be addressed in a new EIS-EIR. If one is needed for phase 3, then one is needed now. I had previously sent you all a link to an article titled 4 Elements of a Successful Housing Task Force, Lessons from a Montana Miracle. Unfortunately, none of those 4 elements were utilized here. Instead of creating an openness to the public, respecting a diversity of perspectives, and creating allies out of pressure groups, you have resorted to name calling and precluded space for dissent. Considering the many changes and current trajectory of lake degradation, these developer-driven amendments need to be approached with much greater caution, much wider community outreach, and a thorough environmental analysis by TRPA and an EIS-EIR that analyzes cumulative impacts since the TRPA's 2012 regional plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Toby.
Sophia, Hydrick, Greg, Rankin, Russ, Nancy, Megan.
Good afternoon, Governing Board and TRPA staff. My name is Sophia Hydrick, and I am the Advocacy Director for Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on the Phase 2 housing amendments. I want to focus my time today on the intent of these amendments and some suggestions on ways to really fulfill that intent. After meeting with some of you and really spending some time reviewing these amendments, it seems as though the market solutions are really geared toward that missing middle or achievable housing piece. I say that, 1, because I've heard it directly from several of you, and 2, because those are the projects that are least likely to require the tax credits or the subsidies, so that makes them the most viable given the market solutions. Since achievable housing is the most likely outcome, it's really important that we have an achievable housing definition that we can all agree on. A huge concern is that there's no income cap on achievable housing. Staff argues that higher income folks probably won't want to live in these houses. I think that that is maybe the case some of the time, but we've also heard that these incentives might also increase the development of duplexes and triplexes. And I really think that higher income earners may want those units, especially as second homes that are closer to the areas that they like to recreate. I think we can go round and round on this point, but I think that there is a simple solution. Let's just put an income cap on achievable housing. Let's base that income cap on the average median income, or another metric that really makes sense for that local jurisdiction. And let's just close that loophole. I mean, I think that this is really important. We want to ensure that this housing is going to the Tahoe workforce, to those who need it, and not to second homes and not to ski leases. In the same vein, the community is also wanting assurance that there will be sufficient oversight in the deed restriction program to guarantee that these restrictions are upheld throughout the life of the development. You all talked about that a lot today. You know, we've heard that there will be more staff, there will be consultant. You're asking the community to trust in a process and a program that hasn't yet been fully defined and developed. We've heard maybe between 10% to 25% will be audited in a given year. We think that that should be much higher. We think that all of these units should be audited on a recurring basis, especially at the initiation of this program. Again, let's just close a loophole. Let's ensure that these housing units are going to those who they are intended to go to, and not being exploited for second homes or for ski leases. And a final point I want to focus on today is incentives outside of town centers. We're not opposed to multifamily development going in multifamily zones. That's what's currently allowed. A lot of concern comes from unlimited density. I don't think that we understand the full potential environmental impacts associated with that, especially based on an environmental analysis that's over a decade old. A lot has changed in Tahoe in that time. There may be opportunity sites where more density and coverage and height and less parking where that all really makes sense, but we haven't fully identified and understood those sites or their associated environmental impacts or the needed mitigation. So let's punt that to phase 3. Let's focus these amendments on phase 2 and really do the required thoughtful environmental analysis that's needed down the road. Whew, that was quick. I'm just gonna do a quick summary. So start off, put an income cap on achievable housing, better define the enforcement program upfront with a higher commitment to monitoring deed restrictions, and focus on town centers in phase 2. Look at that opportunity sites, those opportunity sites with the appropriate environmental analysis in phase 3. Thanks for your time.
Thanks so
Appreciate it.
much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Greg, then Russ, Megan, and I appreciate you guys all standing up and getting ready. It's Russ.
Greg?
Greg.
Okay, Russ.
Okay, Russ.
Hi, Russ.
Hi, Russ Hanson, North Shore. I just want to make one comment, and that is, you know, some of these things are good. Some of them we don't like. I think the emphasis that you should be looking at is the short-term rentals, putting a severe cap on it. I think that a lot of the problems that we're seeing today, workforce housing, unreasonable prices where people cannot afford housing, all comes back to the fact that we've got an overabundance of short-term rentals and people that are buying property at an inflated price, thinking that they're going to make a quick buck and have a vacation home and finance it with having somebody stay in it the rest of the time. So I would recommend that the board not approve these amendments and go back and perhaps look at that as maybe a focal point of emphasis for trying to solve some of the problems. Thanks.
Thank you, Russ. Yeah. Hi, Megan. And as he calls your name, come up and sit in the front row. We'll make it quicker.
Okay.
A little bit, give
Yeah.
everybody more time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Chalini. I sit at seat 1 of the North Tahoe Regional Advisory Council. I was one of the 2 votes to recommend not approving the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments. Now, I'm representing Kings Beach community, which has a lot of heartburn with these amendments. I've got to say ditto to a lot of the comments that have been made, height, density, development. We want development. We want smart development. We have 22 retail structures there. If Kings Beach becomes the home for luxury condos from end to end, from 267 to Brockway, that isn't going to achieve our achievable housing here. Kings Beach also does not want to be the center for achievable or affordable housing on the North Shore. I've written letters. I've attended all the meetings, NetRack. Cindy has seen, we've talked, but I really think these amendments are not going to fix a housing problem in a fragile, mountain resort area with limited infrastructure? What about power? What about water? We don't even have enough fire hydrants in the area. A pause should really be mandated to consider the long-term redevelopment projects for the area, considering especially the environmental, traffic, and safety impacts to the region, and a master plan developed. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. Hi, Pam. Oh, hold on 1 second. We'll get your mic on for you. There you go.
Okay, hello. I'm a 40-year lover of Lake Tahoe, homeowner advocate. I'm asking you today to reconsider the amendments and not pass them. I'm extremely concerned with how development is proceeding in Tahoe. In just the last 3 weeks, the Alpine View Estates project at Tahoe Vista clear-cut their 6.5-acre parcel. 80-foot trees are all gone. They showed us a plan to retrain these trees, and then they cut them. This is a bait and switch. The four affordable workforce units have now been permitted by TRPA to become achievable. Achievable, which makes them no longer affordable to most of the North Shore workforce. How does this help the community? What's happened to TRPA's own goals and policies? How about LU 3.4 that states existing development patterns in residential neighborhoods outside of town centers should be maintained with no significant changes? Your proposed amendments allow unlimited density outside of town centers instead of today 15 units per parcel and 200% more land coverage. This is a monumental change to outside town centers. If you adopt these new amendments, there is no protection for the natural environment or community character. They seem to be tailored for South Shore, which has half the full-time population around the entire lake. 44,000 people live full-time around the lake. 21,000 that are here in South Shore. South Shore has a very far different character with dense population, casinos, 200-foot buildings, considerable sprawl along the 50 corridor, villages, etc. We are asking that code changes be given a proper environmental review, EIS and environmental review before we move forward. I want you to pass this around. Development in town centers is also egregious. In case and point Kings Beach, this is a mall. It's a proposed 65-foot development, 500-foot long. Okay, oh, there might be a break. It might be 250 break, then 250 more. And removing public parking spaces. And we're still, Placer County is asking for TRPA to review its scenic standards and thresholds, and then change them to promote more development. Of course, pave the way to phase 3. This is not TRPA's mission statement. This is excessive. I want to ask you to please reconsider your vote, slow it down, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pam. Good afternoon, Leah.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Kaufman. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and correspond. I got to meet a lot of you that I didn't know. It's impossible. I put a 36-page comment letter. I hope some of you read it. And I can't boil that down to a 3-minute speech. So I just wanted to say to you, maybe some of the things that are missing. I wholeheartedly 100% agree with what Alexis said, what Christina said, what Gavin said. And I think in talking, there's such a difference between the South and the North Shore. So maybe the policies need to be more specific. And I don't think it's the intent to stall, but I don't think we're ready. I think that we have legitimate concerns, and density is a big one. That type of unlimited density only exists in 17 California metropolitan cities. Now, to get that unlimited density, they have to have, per one of the Senate bills, they have to have 80% of moderate and low income housing. So I don't think achievable fits that bill, but I was glad to say that it does meet inclusionary housing definition. The other big deal I have is I believe that these codes are based on a flawed assumption from one Portland housing consultant that for achievable projects to pencil, they must have all of the incentives of height density, 100% land coverage, but their analysis was done on a 12,000 square foot lot. And I think Brooke said something about how about a lot maximum. That is a good idea, because when you look at this type of density in an outside of a town center, in a multifamily area, even on a North Shore transition area, it can be pretty scary. The subsidy debate continues. I mean, TRPA says, housing says you need it. Board members say you don't. Seth Doleb says you do. I mean, that would be kind of nice to get narrowed down as well. It's a misnomer that California will be penalized or fined if these amendments don't pass, because they are doing a lot. Placer County has inclusionary housing, and an EIR is required for 74 parcels that they are rezoning. So I question, we are looking at thousands of parcels with no environmental impact report. Why are 74 parcels needed in California? I'm also questioning the inequity with Nevada regarding lack of affordable projects. Per my math, Nevada, 24 bonus units to California's 456. Why doesn't TRPA make an equitable, affordable policy instead of leaving it to the jurisdictions?
Leah, I'm sorry.
Oh, am I done?
Time.
Okay, one last thing. The Domus project in Kings Beach was a site-specific project that received more density. And why can't we do that? I mean, if there's a great project, let's look at it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm John Ippolito. I've been a North Shore real estate broker in California and Nevada for 26 years. I agree with what a lot of others said, especially Pamela and Alexis. In addition, how many people can this basin hold with the current infrastructure without further damage to the lake and the environment? Shouldn't that be the starting point? The last 2 summers have brought more traffic to Kings Beach since the 28 years that I've lived there or here. Where's the comprehensive traffic plan? Would all the speakers who just spoke in favor of this plan gain job security or profit from the plan, or just most of them? I think everyone agrees we need employee housing. If that's what we need, why don't we just build employee housing? We have $2.5 to $4.5 million condos approved or almost approved on land in Incline Village that was supposed to be for employee housing. We don't need more multi-million-dollar condos up to 65 feet tall, up to 300 feet long, priced up to maybe $5 million. That's not what we need. I don't know one local not profiting from this plan who is for it. No one I know wants our town centers on the North Shore to look like Squaw or North Star. In my opinion, the TRPA has lost their way. It's ironic that the TRPA was put in place to protect Lake Tahoe. Now it appears TRPA will likely be the ones allowing developers to greatly increase traffic and congestion, air pollution, diminish the clarity of Lake Tahoe, and worst of all, likely lead to the loss of life when we have our next big fire. Doesn't the company Chair Gustafson's husband work for the developer who would like to overbuild Kings Beach? If so, why is Cindy leading these meetings? There should probably be yet another lawsuit around just that issue. The worst part of this new area plan is the lack of a comprehensive fire evacuation plan after these 12 or so large projects on the north and west shores of Lake Tahoe plus Martis Valley are built. Hopefully y'all will think about that, since most of you don't live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Yeah,
Hello, I'm Ben Harmon from Lower Kingsbury. I generally support the intent, the philosophy behind the amendments. I do agree with many of the other speakers that there are a number of implementation level details that remain unanswered that really need to be addressed. I share the concerns about not having an adequate environmental assessment done. I'm just going to bullet point these to try to save some time, not go into a lot of detail. Someone over here had previously, another point, I am concerned that we're not addressing the lower income needs adequately. Someone here earlier had stated that by providing a more achievable housing, that would free up units to be available for people of lower income. The units being freed up are not deed restricted. These are existing parcels. There's nothing in this plan that's going to provide any assurance that those units are going to magically become available for lower income people, especially in this environment. I don't think that's realistic. There was sort of ADUs I saw kind of briefly go by today, and I admit I have personally not done enough research in understanding what this plan does in terms of ADUs. But when I saw something that said that there was consideration of allowing ADUs to, more ADUs to be added through providing up to 70% lot coverage in the boundary area, that really alarms me. That's a much expanded scope other than this discussion of concentrated town center development that we've been having otherwise. So myself, I'd like to see the ADU set aside from this for the time being, and so that I at least understand a little bit more what that means. That could have a lot of impact on our local residents. I agree with what others have said about the parking. The developers of such projects will not be incentivized to provide adequate parking. In fact, the language that I read in the admittedly public overview stated that developers could essentially punt entirely on providing parking by doing things like, quote, contributing to alternative transportation options. I agree with what others have said. People up here are going to use cars. They're going to drive a lot. They're going to park on public streets if they don't have parking available in their units. This all gets back, this along with evacuations and so forth, gets back to the environmental assessment, which I really think needs to be done. Lastly, there was the thing about providing a maximum lot coverage. We discussed Sugar Pine briefly earlier, kind of talked through, your group talked through what that would look like, how it may not be such a solid block of development because it needs for snow storage, and et cetera. When I look at the plan, I see that currently all 256 acres of the Edgewood property is designated multifamily in these amendments. This is an enormous area. So I find it very concerning that that proposal would even exist in there. Much of this is forest land on the currently undeveloped east side of town. I know that these amendments are not the same as a proposed development plan, but this would appear to be a step towards allowing development in what is a large area of open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, John Grigsby, local full-time resident of Oliver Park, an area in the proposed plan, and probably responsible for a good deal of it. Who was at the Tahoe Prosperity Housing Summit in 2017 when I put out a plan that looked suspiciously like the one you're proposing here? Was anybody there? Huh. Interesting. Well, it's fun to see. It's fun to see a lot of the elements incorporated here. However, you've missed a few things that are extremely critical to the success of anything like that. First is, as people have mentioned, there's a carrot but no stick. Instead of saying, well, we'd like to incent people, and then in order to incent them, you have to make the project not beneficial to the basin. How about we say, okay, no more lottery for regular allocations. You are awarded regular allocations as a fraction of the number of affordable allocations you build. So for instance, if you build 10 affordable units, then you get 1 regular allocation. The lottery goes away. Because we're already short about 10,000. We've already got about 10,000 people commuting a day. We've only got 3,000 units. Pretty much we should be building 0 regular allocations at this point. Next point, there's a lot of restriction. There are a lot of loopholes in the current situation. You can build a 8,000 square foot mansion, have a caretaker living full time on it, who therefore qualifies as a local resident with who is low income, and then suddenly the entire parcel is low income, qualifies under the deed restrictions. I don't think that's the intent. People with that much money are very good at finding loopholes, and there is not nearly enough attention paid to those. That is just the first one I came up with. There are a lot more. Further, if the unit is a rental unit, we should restrict the ownership of the rental unit to the Tahoe Basin. There's no reason to let people from, Texas or the East Coast or anywhere outside the area benefit from developing local housing and pull all the rental income out. And the other thing is parking. The people who complain about parking are right. Oliver Park is chronically short of parking. It's got a lot of high density apartment units already, which are grandfathered in. People park in my driveway. People are constantly parking on the street, even though it's illegal. And that's not because they're bad people. It's because they have no choice. When it snows, a lot of their parking spots are taken up due to lack of ground. Then they're stuck on the street, and they're stuck parking illegally. It's like any other city. It's like any other city. If you live in any big city, parking is a constant struggle because you simply can't get away without a car. And that is a fact in Tahoe. The buses run once an hour. And they're
Sir, you have to wrap up.
all right. Anyway, those are basically my points, which are that this is well-intentioned. It has most of the characteristics it needs. However, as it exists currently, there are enough loopholes in it and enough issues with it that it's not going to have the effect we all want. And I'm happy to discuss that further. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now we're ready to go online. Oh, one more. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Amelia Richmond. I'm a resident of South Lake Tahoe and president and co-founder of Locals for Affordable Housing. I was also a North Shore resident for 12 years, and I left in part because I couldn't find housing. Another commenter said he didn't know a single local resident who was in favor of these zoning changes that wasn't financially going to benefit them, but I am one of those. I am one. I understand the concerns in this room. I really do, but locals desperately need housing around the lake. We are losing families by the day, and we really need multifaceted solutions, and zoning has to be part of that. Many have talked about occupancy, and so for those, I do want to let people know we are working on a citizens ballot initiative to get a vacancy tax on the ballot in 2024 for South Lake Tahoe. I hope people will consider supporting us. I also hope Truckee and the North Shore will organize to do the same, as well as incorporate and or pressure Placer County to restrict short-term rentals, which are undoubtedly a big part of the problem. But we also need to build more achievable and affordable housing around the lake, and we need these zoning changes to do so. I'd like to thank the TRPA staff for all the hard work you've done to bring us here today, and to thank the TRPA board for considering these changes to zoning to allow for more desperately needing housing in our area. I hope you'll vote today to approve them. I hope you'll consider expanding zoning changes to comply with SB 9. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Okay, that concludes in the room, and now we'll go to Zoom. I do know that some of our board members need to start leaving, but are going to tune in online. So thank you.
Madam Chair, the first hand raised was Mia Kong. Mia, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, thank you. This is Mia Kong, affordable housing developer. I first want to thank the leadership of the TRPA and staff. This has been a long awaited effort. Coverage and density and height are three things that really are very difficult to plan for housing. As an affordable housing developer who led the development in the Domus Kings Beach housing project, which was cited a few times, and Sugar Pine Village. Density, parking, height, all these factors needed to be dealt with, needed to be amended to make it work, all within similar constraints that this housing proposal amendments that are currently being analyzed. I want to stress that it takes many, many years to put these projects together, and that certainty of zoning and having less discretionary decisions really allow for developers to start to begin the process of designing and developing the housing. It takes many years. I will absolutely guarantee that there is a study of parking, there's a study of snow storage, there's financing, there are many factors that I would hope that the public who sees that, fear of big buildings coming in, there's so many factors that go into this that the developments, just like Kings Beach, just like Sugar Pine, are a product of lots of negotiation, of working with utility companies, and all of the projects that I have worked on have left considerable community benefits. We've improved sidewalks, we've increased storm drainage, we've done so many things that are improvements to the area. And this is the type of improvements that you will see with achievable and affordable housing. It goes beyond just a single family home. Single family homes have the ability, as we heard, 30% coverage works fantastic for a single family home. But once you start adding more units, you have to think about parking and fire and escape and all these things that the regular sort of single family homes do not have to think about. So I urge the board to take to move forward. This is, the enemy of perfect or the enemy of good is trying to be perfect. This is one step in the right direction that will absolutely begin to allow more property owners and developers to begin the process of planning. And these will not happen overnight. They will be thoughtfully conceived. They will be worked through the process, and it will be an absolute community benefit if we can move the needle. So I really urge TRPA. I congratulate staff and the board for their leadership, and I hope that you will make the next step of voting in favor of these housing amendments a reality so that we can begin to move the needle. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you, Mia. Next.
The next hand raised is Claire Novak. Claire, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good afternoon. My name is Reverend Claire Novak. I'm a team leader for United for Action. We're a North Tahoe Truckee coalition of faith-based organizations and community activists. And our purpose is to meet the basic needs of our neighbors: food, clothing, shelter, with the primary focus on housing and homelessness. I've represented United for Action on Mountain Housing Council in Tahoe Truckee, on the Washoe Tahoe Housing Partnership in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, and the new Tahoe Truckee Homeless Advisory Committee. And I'm here today to urge the governing board to approve the Phase 2 housing amendments. And this is because we know that housing is fundamental to the health of individuals, families, and communities. Housing, pure and simple. And the Tahoe Basin is in a regional housing crisis that's damaging our immediate health and threatening our long-term survival. To thrive now and in the future, we need housing options for our neighbors of all ages, backgrounds, and income levels. Right now, we need multifamily housing options that apartment buildings, duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, affordable, moderate, and achievable housing options that keep families and workers sheltered, keep businesses staffed, keep services operating, and keep children and families in place. Housing gaps need to be closed right now to keep our neighbors and economy healthy. And long-term, we need the regional planning that your board drives to keep our communities and environment thriving. If we don't accelerate housing solutions to support our residents, workforce, and businesses, the Tahoe Basin will simply hollow out. Our workers will continue to be priced out and pushed out. We won't attract visitors with high-level services and hospitality, and young families will be displaced and disappear. We won't be healthy now. we won't be healthy in the future. So on behalf of all our Tahoe Basin neighbors, please pass these sensible, balanced, and sound amendments to increase workforce housing for our missing middle with orderly growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next hand raised is Tim Delaney.
Mr. Delaney, are you going to speak on this item?
I'm going to speak on this item, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
My name is Tim Delaney. I'm from Incline Village. I've lived there, I think, since 1974. I've been in the Tahoe Basin since 1970, okay? So I knew, for example, the owners of the Sierra Nevada College. And yes, the owner of the Angora Lake Cabins, that guy was my third grade teacher in Old Tahoe Elementary in South Lake Tahoe, okay? I find it very tough to believe if those two men were still alive today, that they would vote in favor of what you're doing here. They were serious outdoorsmen, okay? Serious outdoorsman guys, highly athletic. One of them would bike over Mount Rose Highway down to Reno and back all the time, okay? You see, Tahoe is about experience, all right? When you go to the beach and you're elbow to elbow with a bunch of people, that stinks. That's stupid. And when you're skiing and it's elbow to elbow on a ski hill and you can't, carve that beautiful 65-mile-an-hour turn on the hill and you're bumping into everybody, that's a stupid experience, all right? I surf and I ski. And I like to have, I agree, I'm a little selfish when I'm on a nice 15 to 20 foot wave. I like to wave all to myself. So I get out there at 5:30 in the morning in the Pacific Ocean, okay? So, you need to think about quality of life here, all right? And the quality of the water, all right? Our ecosystem in Tahoe is enormously damaged from all the development and all the people that have poured into it over the years since 1970, okay? My world was so different, all right? There are only like 100,000 people down there in Reno, for instance, all right? So people come to Tahoe to get away from an urban environment, not to be in a little prison cell, elbow to elbow with this urban development that's real tall and high and so on, okay? That's messed up. That's not a good experience for tourism or for someone living up at the lake. I mean, it doesn't even make any sense anymore, okay? Now, the SDR cap idea, that's a good idea. Sure, people can go along with that. Other than that, to have a whole bunch of people pile into the lake and then potentially poison it like Clear Lake here, and then you have toxic algae blooms all along your shoreline and, kids and family members can't swim in it. Your tourists can't swim in it. The dog will die if they drink the water. That's idiotic, folks. So the basin is tipped over. You need to cut it out. So I don't support it at all. And by the way, the IBL and the OBL and all that, there are more words in the dictionary: doable, scalable, walkable, achievable. Come on, folks. If you're trying to convince me, broaden your language skills a little bit, okay? Anyways, thank you very much. You have a fine day.
Mr. Delaney. Next.
The next hand raised is Marie Murphy. Marie, if you unmute.
Good afternoon. I'm Marie Murphy. Thank you to your PA board for sticking with all of these comments. I'm a local business owner. I wish I could turn on my video and say hello to everybody. I'm a local business owner, employer, and property owner in the Tahoe Basin. I want to thank the TRPA board and staff and all of the consultants that have put nearly 2 years of work and a tremendous amount of effort in order to find solutions to this very significant crisis of housing local residents in the Tahoe Basin. I personally have had to close a business because I did not have enough employees to operate. Our analysis, along with many other studies, have shown that we have a need for nearly 5,000 to 8,000 units. These just over 900 units aren't even going to cut it in terms of the actual need. The status quo is not working. The process must be disrupted. I have for the last 10 years focused on developing achievable housing as a provider of safe and naturally occurring affordable housing in the Sacramento, Tahoe, and Reno regions. These amendments are well thought out, well studied, and are a solution to a crisis that must be addressed now. These amendments are not a cure-all, and they won't solve all of our problems in the basin. However, it will spur more units being delivered to local residents and help ease environmental impact of large commutes. I personally have several employees that commute from Carson City, from Reno, and Sacramento in order to work in the Tahoe Basin. That increases VMT significantly. It will spur more units being delivered to local residents and really increase employee and local residents' quality of life of the local workforce and allow for the market to produce desperately needed housing units. I ask the board that they approve these amendments. I want to highlight something that's very important that I know that has been well studied but not well commented on. Less than 1% of the basin land would qualify for this high density housing, and it nearly 1%, less than 1%, excuse me, of the lot size is over 12,000 square feet. There are very few locations that massive development can occur. Many studies and oversight has been provided and go through each particular proposed process during their entitlements, and each proposal will be thoughtfully considered. And I thank the TRPA board for addressing this very vital issue.
Thank you, Marie. Next.
Next hand up is Bill Chan. Bill, if you unmute.
Bill Chan, Tahoe Prosperity Center. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the proposed housing amendments. The Tahoe Prosperity Center hopes the board takes an important step for our community by voting to approve this package. Employers of all sectors across the basin are facing the same critical challenge in recruiting and retaining staff while citing lack of local housing as the catalyst. The majority of the remaining Tahoe workforce commutes into the basin, straining our transportation infrastructure and harming the environment through significant vehicle miles traveled. Whether or not Tahoe needs more workforce housing is not up for debate. Throughout this process, which began with significant staff research starting over 2 years ago, we've heard many differing opinions regarding this proposal. TRPA has listened to community feedback and improved the amendments, adding clarity to ensure that deed restriction and BMP enforcement is funded and sustained. The process has been sound and potential unintended consequences have been considered, and the amendment package remains a strong step in the right direction to increase the workforce housing Tahoe desperately needs. The inclusion of achievable housing has drawn very strong opinions. I've heard that providing regulatory relief for this category of housing is unnecessary. However, with the Tahoe median home price nearing $1 million, I haven't heard how middle-class Tahoe workers are supposed to manage. Dual income households, for instance, a registered nurse and a firefighter, have no options in this current housing landscape. Eligibility requiring income under 120% AMI or at least one house member physically working in the area 30 plus hours a week provides strong protection on already permanently deed-restricted achievable units. Unless Tahoe is ready to forego having nurses and first responders in its community, addressing this level of housing is a must, and the amendment package does exactly that. Lastly, STRs continue to be pitched as the only remedy needed. Jurisdictions in Tahoe are already trying this approach, and the impacts on increasing long-term housing have been negligible, with most homes simply reverting back to mostly vacant second homes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand up, the Zoom account is Beth and John Davidson. If you unmute.
Hello, this is Beth Davidson from Incline, and I would like to agree with Christina Hill and Toby Tyler and Pam and Ellie and Margaret Martini and John Eppolito. So you know where the comments go in terms of public health and safety. That is a concern. We don't need the kind of luxury condos that have popped up on 947 Incline Way and Incline Boulevard. And we do need workforce housing. I agree with someone who suggested that achievable housing be, that category be removed. Affordable, the slide by Alexis Hill that showed specifically the income is much clearer for the public than saying 120% or of whatever. Yes, it's easier to do that by the staff in that it can adjust, but Alexis slide could be adjusted as the affordable, as the housing, the workforce housing pay adjusts and as the as things change. So please do an environmental impact statement. Those who have spoken about fire evacuation and traffic and parking are right on. That is, those problems need to be solved prior to bringing more people into the basin. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you can unmute.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org, members of the governing board. For the 21 reasons listed in my written comments, TRPA must provide both a new or supplemental comprehensive cumulative impact EIS/EIR to the 2012 regional plan and a cumulative CEQA EIS/EIR. Further, the current proposal and the IEC, the initial environmental checklist, failed to discuss significant new information and changed circumstances since the adoption of the 2012 regional plan, and must therefore provide both a new or supplemental cumulative impact EIS/EIR to the 2012 regional plan and a comprehensive cumulative CEQA EIS/EIR. I list about 20 examples of new information or changed circumstances that the TRPA continues to ignore in favor of this basically growth proposal here that you're proposing. 3, the TRPA initial environmental checklist has failed to provide substantial evidence to make the following statements located in section 10-6, question 10B, 14A, and 23D. And this, as I said, is in the initial environmental checklist. Therefore, based on the information provided and the attachments that I've provided, items 10.B, 14A, and 23-1, 23D, are speculative, highly controversial, arbitrary, capricious, agenda-driven, and their stated outcomes highly uncertain, and they would require a crystal ball to be able to arrive at their conclusions. The adoption of the environmental checklist findings, including items 10.6, TRPA question 10.B, 14.A, and 20.23.D, therefore would represent prejudicial abuse of discretion on the part of the TRPA if they adopted the amendments and the checklist. Now I'm going to put my hat on, I'm going to take my hat off as TahoeCleanAir.org, a nonprofit group, and speak as a resident of Incline Village, Nevada. Somebody asked that Alexis Hill weigh in early on this. One of her supporters, I no doubt, but I say to this, Alexis, elections have consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
The next hand raised is Ryan Summers. Ryan, if you can unmute.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Directors. My name is Ryan Summers. I'm the Fire Chief for North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District. I'm glad to see this issue is being addressed, and I do believe that staff has done a good job on this. The housing issue is an issue for the fire service, specifically for North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, as we hire seasonal employees upwards to 50. These seasonal employees have to commute, which leads to parking issues that you've heard comments on. The affordable workforce housing is a welcome process for us, and we look forward to working with agencies to further enhance this initiative without increasing the already allocated allotment of structures and/or coverage specifications. So thank you again and have a great day.
Thank you, Chief.
Next hand raised is Ann Nichols. Ann, if you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. I'm just, 52-year resident, broker, Nevada and California real estate. I just want to let you know that we have 1,000 signatures on our petition. We have 3.4 thousand views of our video outlining the problems with the 2-lane road on the North Shore and our ability to get around gridlock. We have over 6,000 views of our various TikTok videos. This is not nothing. This is not a few people that are really concerned. And I don't believe that Marie Murphy disclosed that she is the owner of the Boatworks. Maybe I didn't hear that, but that's a new redevelopment project that really needs more height, density, coverage. Anyway, the big concern we have, besides so many loopholes in the plan, is this is piecemeal planning. So we have phase 2 and no environmental. Oh, you're going to do it later on phase 3. When you recharge the 946 bonus units and you recharge everything, it's not fair. It's not the right way. It's sloppy, lazy planning. So I'm hoping that, as far as the STR thing, that's completely new. Now with these platforms, it's really easy. You can make $100,000 a year on a 2-bedroom cabin. So why would you ever want to rent it locally? And now it's, the cat is out of the bag. So it's really a rough deal. But anyway, I hope that you will table this. It's a terrible idea. As Mr. Dollop said, it's not going to work anyway. And, I really appreciate hearing governing board, argue it, talk about it, skepticism like Alexandra did. I don't want to see that limited, Cindy. I would rather hear more of it. It really is reassuring. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
Next hand raised is Ryan Wexler. Ryan, if you unmute.
Yes, Ryan Wexler, Kings Beach resident. Thanks for letting me speak. I've come to see this discussion in 2 major components. The first is the issues, the actual specific proposals. And I do recognize that the intent of the development of these proposals is well-meaning. The basis is good. The reasoning is positive. You're trying to do good work. However, we need to separate the intent from the content. Please do not vote to approve these proposals based on intent. No matter how good the intent is, if the content isn't great, then the proposals are bad and will fail. I hope you recognize the public outcry is not an attack on your intent, but rather the content. Items like, should we add 17% to allowable heights to a massive 65 feet? Is it good policy to remove parking restrictions in the very areas that struggle with parking problems? Does affordable housing without an income restriction make any sense at all? Does the very idea of achievable housing illegitimize all the other affordable housing concepts? I hear a lot of assumptions and hopes from staff, like, we don't think this will happen, but we aren't actually going to restrict it with regulations like maximum coverage. Basically, you're saying we don't need the regulation. Hopes and assumptions will do. Content is important. No policy is better than bad policy. You need to make sure the outcome matches the intent. Years from now, if this has a negative impact on Tahoe, you will not get patted on the back because you meant well. Now, the second major component of this discussion is, do we even have the data to make this decision? In other words, are you flying blind? The last significant EIR was 2016, and that was just part of the lake. That was 7 years ago. I can throw out my business tax records from that long ago, legally. Since that time, we have had several major fires that buried Tahoe in smoke and threats. And they weren't just threats, forest closed. The Caldor fire showed us These threats are all too real. I don't feel safer. We had a pandemic that changed society since the last partial EIR. This impacted everyone, and here it led to deurbanization, flooding Lake Tahoe, new residents, and new remote economic factors. The big ski resorts who live off high volume tourism have told us there are too many visitors. There are apparently so many, they are making us reserve parking because there's too much vehicle traffic. These are just a few examples. The world's changed, Tahoe's changed. Please explain to us how the substantial environmental changes which have occurred and the ones being proposed do not merit updating the data you base your decision off of. I request you table the proposal until we have an updated environmental review. Don't make your decisions blind. Guessing or making assumption isn't fair to residents. One moment. To summarize, I understand you need to consider the economics, but aren't the economics of Lake Tahoe meaningless if we destroy the environment, the character, the beauty? If you solve these problems
Ryan,
by
I'm sorry,
bringing-
your time is out, and I appreciate very much your comments and your written comments as well. We need to move on.
Next hand raised is Chris King. Chris, if you unmute.
Hi, thank you for letting me comment. I've sat on many boards and we can see where this meeting's going to go. But I would just have three things to say. The first one is, if I were there with you sitting on this board, I would vote against it. It's boils down to being imprudent for all the many reasons that we've heard in the last hour or so of comments. In particular, the lack of the environmental impact report. Having said that, and having been on a board and knowing what's likely to happen, the one thing that really jumps out as needing to be changed, and that you could change on the fly right now very easily, you've got plenty of record to do this, is achievable housing. And the problem is that is the loophole that is going to prevent this plan from meeting its goals of creating any affordable housing. You're going to end up with lots of developments like 947 Tahoe Boulevard with $2.5 million condos that nobody here can afford, and certainly none of the workforce can afford. The achievable housing is a myth. There's nothing that is driving it as a requirement to be in there, and yet it's the loophole that's going to destroy achieving the goals of this plan. My other point is a bit less prevalent or less major, and that's about the parking. And it's for, as many people have said, it's just unrealistic to believe that you can actually live here in any kind of unit and not have a vehicle for all the reasons that have been cited. Again, I would urge you to eliminate the achievable, or at least put an income cap as was recommended. And if you are going to go ahead and approve this, thank you for the chance to comment.
Thank you. Next.
There are 13 more hands raised. The next one is Kathy Gust. Kathy, if you unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can. Okay, good. I would just want to say that many of the many of the people who spoke today were in favor of your favor of you were developers, which brings me to what I wanted to say. And I wanted to say that from all the information that I've gathered, I believe that Cindy Gustafson should recuse herself from any vote or involvement on these projects due to her personal connection and benefits. I think she needs to recuse herself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next hand raised is Kathy Julian. Kathy, if you unmute.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Julian, and I am a full-time resident of Incline Village.
While supportive of efforts to incentivize developers to create housing for our workers, I agree with the environmental groups and other speakers who suggest focus on town centers in the first instance, testing for success before expanding to adjacent areas. I also agree that there needs to be a focus on disincentives as well as incentives in the third phase. My major concern remains the implementation arrangements that allow jurisdictions to quote unquote opt out, but which really allow local jurisdictions to craft a Tahoe area plan amendment that takes advantage of TRPA's code changes, especially increased height and coverage, while bypassing the offset 100% deed restricted unit requirement. My readable language suggests that local jurisdictions will have the flexibility, subject to TRPA approval, to approve mixed income properties that may just include a smattering of achievable housing and no moderate or affordable housing, luxury condos with a smattering of achievable housing. This implementation language appears to be the heart of the incentives being provided to developers. Sadly, with such language, we may not end up with much housing for our workers because the developers will simply say it's not financially feasible, and our community will be even more crowded with luxury developments. On other concerns, agree inventory would be increased at little cost if counties would put in place an STR cap, especially Washoe County. I understand the concept of delinking parking and rent, but any parking analysis should explicitly consider the impact of overflow parking on adjacent residential neighborhoods. That is not in there. You could easily put that language in there, following on what Chris King said about, I know this is going to be passed today. Let's make a few little changes. The mixed use definition is flawed. To ensure affordable space for our local small businesses, condo lobbies and condo sales offices should not be eligible for mixed use classification. And finally, please put in place more rigorous audit of deed restrictions. I know Karen Fink is doing all she can to try to do this, but TRPA is not set up to be a monitor and enforcer of deed restrictions. Environment, yes. Deed restrictions, no. You need a specialized housing authority, and that was told to me by housing consultants who know and understand the business. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next hand up on Zoom, your name is Ginger4740. If you unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about the dogs. My name is Ginger Hess, and I've been in Kings Beach for 35 years. I'm not very special. I'm just a resident. But over the years, there have been many improvements made to Kings Beach thanks to the old TRPA. We couldn't do anything to our property without TRPA approval. We used to joke about how it would be easier to build up rather than out because that wouldn't change the coverage footprint. We had a neighbor that was constantly making sure that none of our projects were contrary to TRPA. We have space between our homes. We enjoy the trees and the bears that stroll down our streets. I wanted to say that the people that spoke previously, the Sierra Club, Ellie, Niobe, Megan, Lex, Pam, Leah, and John, all have spoken about my feelings about this particular result that you guys want to approve. I vote no to not approve this. The more development will not alleviate the problem of traffic or housing, which are severe in Kings Beach. This last year has been horrible. In fact, those that support the idea of no parking development are forcing visitors to park in the neighborhood. This past summer was a nightmare on the streets of the grid. I'm sorry, I've had to edit my notes since a lot of people talked about this. We can all agree that traffic and housing are huge issues. Safety is also concerned. However, these issues should be addressed first prior to any expansion. From what I understand, all the data from 2012. It is relevant now, changed, especially due to COVID and remote working situation. We had so many issues last winter with the existing infrastructure unable to handle the increased population of owners living in their vacation homes. What if we fix what's already broken? The Falcon Hotel has been an eyesore for 13 years. Why not do something there? Ask developers to make that long-term housing for our workforce. If you're looking for revenue, why not monetize the 4 parking lots in the neighborhood? My neighbors already make money every summer by selling spots in front of their house. The achievable housing term that was used is not a valid measure. What we need is housing that families can afford to purchase or lease. We also need to restrict the STRs. My home is surrounded by STRs and most are empty during the off season. They are also problematic for the residents when visitors occupy them. What was once a quiet neighborhood is now part essential. Worker housing should be
Wrap up. Can you
sure.
wrap up?
Yes, the last thing I would like to suggest is that worker housing be part of the development of these new resorts. If they can provide worker housing for their employees, why can't they do that when they develop like the Waldorf Astoria or Palisades? In conclusion, I want the old TRPA back with their regimented guidance so that we don't have loose requirements for expansion.
Thank you, Ginger. Next.
Next hand is Scott Tisch. If you can unmute, you can comment.
Hello, this is Scott Teach. I started couch surfing in North Lake Tahoe in 1980. 15 years ago, I became a property manager. So I know about housing terms or housing issues from stem to stern. I apologize for logging onto the meeting just a little bit late, so I'm not sure who was in charge at that point. But I thought it was really disappointing to hear whoever that was take glee in the fact that Shell Aldine wasn't there to actually prove that one board member read the comments and had a question or two. That's really a bummer. I'll move forward with a couple of bullet points because that's typically how I go forward. Julie Regan, she's tired of the same old discussions. Well, maybe if the justifications for these changes had some meat in them, the discussions could change. Housing is a problem globally, not just in the state of California and Nevada, it's everywhere. So it's fabulous that local agencies are trying to do something, but coming up with their own achievable term, I mean, achievable. What if I win the lottery tomorrow, I could achieve a lakefront? It's just, monkey business. Oh, by the way, vote no. And one of my other bullet points always is that Tahoe doesn't owe anybody anything. To some of these other developer types, Maury Murphy and her Boatworks guy, and do your due diligence before you spend all these millions of dollars. Don't go spend all this money and then come complaining to the county and the local agencies that you can't make it work. As a residential realtor and sold a lot of commercial property over the years, if we didn't do our due diligence, too bad, so sad. On that same note, there was some comments about the Domus project in Kings Beach. I wonder if anybody's driven by there recently. The cars are parked 2 and 3 side by side. That's the way it is. And I'm not talking today, I'm talking for the last couple of years. The parking thing about no parking is a real disaster. Lastly, and I kind of want to take kudos off the gentleman from South Shore who said this isn't the 60s anymore. Well, John Eppolito and Ryan Wexler, rock on, guys. Thank you for the comments. I couldn't have said it better. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
The next hand raised, they have TRPA and Tahoe in their name. If you can unmute. You have your hand up to comment. Please unmute.
let's come back to that one. Let's keep moving. We'll come back to you if you can unmute. We'll call you again.
The next hand up, first name on Zoom is just Sue. If you can unmute Sue.
Hi, thank you. This is Sue Daniels, and I am, like you are, a public official. I was reviewing some of the later episodes of Yellowstone, and I was thinking that I probably didn't want it to take everybody off to the railroad or to the hotel. So respectfully, though, I wanted to appreciate all the comments that have been spoken today. I mean, everybody's passionate on their points, and they all have significant concerns. I wanted to speak out to Ryan and John and Alexis and Leah and to sign on with their discussion. And I wanted to give you all an option to think about. You can vote no today, and you can go back and fix the loopholes. You don't have to make a decision today with this many comments that are significant to what you're doing. So fix what's broken, but don't put the whole thing in and then have to go back later. And I wanted to speak about the public process because I'm a board member and I know how hard it is for you to think and act independently when you're sitting at the table. You know, peer pressure is pretty tough. If one of you wanted to table this, you'd have to get agreement with a couple others. And I bet you won't do it because nobody there will have the courage. I was one vote in a 4-to-1 vote for many years on a big project on the North Shore. And I was the one that eventually saved a great project that is now a shining example of what a no vote can do. So, you know, we have to remember the process too. Your agency set together a board direction to try and help solve affordable housing problems. And you paid for studies and you paid for time and you had your staff bring you something that you think will be the best financial scenario. You've, however, neglected to speak with the local planning team and the people in the community that also have a good formal opinions. You have many, many smart experts out there, and you hadn't taken their consideration until the 11th hour. And then as a formality, you said, oh, by the way, we better present this to the public and then sit here politely and listen to everything the public has to say. And you take these experts' opinions and you give them 3 minutes to do a job that you could have done by including them as the staff developed this with the developers in mind for the last 2 to 3 years. So now, of course, you'll probably vote for it because you don't want to mess up the process and take more time. So I understand the pressures that you are on. And I just really hope that for once, this doesn't have to be an exercise in futility.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate your comments. Do you want to go back to that previous one and see if they've been able to unmute?
Sure. If your name has TRPA and Tahoe in it, you can unmute and make your comment.
Okay, well then let's move on. Thank you.
The next hand raised is Samir Tuma. Samir, if you unmute.
Good afternoon, governing board members. Samir Tuma, business owner and in North Lake Tahoe, and also member of the board of directors for the North Tahoe Housing Hub and the North Tahoe Community Alliance. Many great comments have been made today in support of these amendments, and I won't take time to reiterate those. I do have a couple of ones that haven't been raised. One is that I think, as everybody knows, the compact limits the number of housing units that can be developed in the basin. And we're going to reach that limit eventually, and then there are no more. I think what these amendments are about is making sure that upwards of 900 of those units that are remaining are developed for the workforce. Our current regulatory scheme is broken. What we've had for decades now, the only housing that gets built are the expensive housing that don't work for the workforce. What these amendments do is change that at least for around 900 something, almost 1,000 units, and make them so that they can be affordable for the workforce. The increased density, what that does is it makes it so that you can develop units that are affordable by design. In other words, smaller units, still quite comfortable, but not large, luxurious units. The smaller units allow families or multiple roommates to afford those units so that they can work and live in the same community. There's been a lot of discussion regarding the impacts of traffic and how this housing will somehow impact traffic. And I think it will impact traffic negatively. It'll reduce traffic. It'll reduce vehicle miles traveled if people can afford to work and live in the same community. There were comments made about these turning into second homes and ski leases. They can't turn into second homes and ski leases. They're deed restricted. So, you know, we could continue to debate this. We can continue to ask for more analysis and more time. And all that's going to do is allow more market rate fancy homes to be developed and use up the limited number of allocations that are available for housing. Please pass these amendments and let's get on with building housing that's affordable and achievable for the local workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next hand up is Janet McDougall, excuse me, please unmute.
Hello, thank you for taking my comments. TRPA had a good strategy for controlling growth and land use. The commodities that dealt with TAUs, residential building allocations, commercial floor area, etc. That all changed in 2004. And I urge all members of the board to read the 2004 staff report that made findings that VHRs operate the same as a residence. They absolutely do not. That staff report said that if things didn't work out back in 2004, that it would need to be revisited. Unfortunately, that never occurred. Many residents literally begged for 6 or more years for limits on vacation rentals, but our pleading fell on deaf ears. I am not a NIMBY person. I want to see some affordable housing developed. I don't want to see it all developed in the city of South Lake Tahoe as has been done in the past. Think about it. If more is developed in Nevada, where they don't have an income tax, that makes it more affordable for the workforce. VHRs that were built using precious residential building allocations need to be addressed. I've been around for a long time. I've been here 60 years. So I've been here long enough to remember when this agency used an amortization process to remove billboards. That was when TRPA was first formed. That same amortization program could be used to eliminate some of the excess vacation rentals that we have, particularly those that are in areas that they really don't belong, where there's excessive VMT being generated, et cetera. And for people who think that that's not a viable approach, the city of Anaheim used an amortization program to remove vacation rentals when they had a problem. So I would urge that you start looking at some of the creative problem solving that was once part of TRPA many, many moons ago, and get creative and look at an amortization approach to remove some of these vacation rentals, turn them back into what their intended purpose was for people who live here. And finally, one last comment about the parking reduction. We don't have enough parking. If you have a 2-bedroom apartment, you're going to have 2 cars. That's the way it is. All you got to do is look at Montreal Avenue. All those cars that they don't have parking spaces for are parked in the dirt across the street and or on the street that impedes snow removal. So I urge you to take a look at that parking reduction. That just will not work. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Janet. Next.
5 more hands, Madam Chair. The next one is Adam Wilson. Adam, if you unmute, you can comment.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to comment. Adam Wilson with the North Tahoe Community Alliance, and also fortunate enough to grow up in Lake Tahoe, as well as raise my family in Lake Tahoe. First of all, I want to thank the board and the staff and all the community for their passion, their engagement, and working toward solutions. That is exactly what we need to be thinking about. And this is just one small piece of all of the solutions. We've heard things around traffic. We've heard things around STRs. We've heard things around clarity of the lake and making sure we protect this environment. This one item is just one of many that has to be done. So I hope that the community continues to engage on all of those topics outside of just this topic as we look for solutions for that. These are difficult issues, but if we do nothing, we jeopardize the infrastructure we need to protect the lake. We jeopardize our economy because, as you've heard from a number of business owners that spoke today, that they can't find employees. They can't house employees. They want people to live in the community that they work, but that's not possible. So we need to have solutions towards workforce housing. Well, there are other challenges that we have to work into. It is important that as we look at this and have heard all of the challenges, that we continue to support that, and we support these amendments and the work that's been done here. I would encourage this board to pass these amendments. I'd encourage the community to continue to discuss the opportunity. As we heard from a couple of different people, just by passing these amendments doesn't mean that all of a sudden we've got 50 new developments going on. Each project has to be looked at individually. We just heard around the 900 plus units specifically for workforce housing with deed restrictions. I do think there's other opportunities as we look at second homes and vacant homes and STRs, but those are all solutions that are outside of this particular solution. And I hope that there's just as much engagement as there is on this for those issues, because we need to collaborate as a community to bring forward solutions and solve these issues for our community in order for it to be thriving. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next.
Next up is Jennifer Vadenice. Jennifer, if you unmute.
Hi there. My name is Jennifer Vadney. I'm 37 years old, and I grew up in North Lake Tahoe and lived there until I went off to college. My husband also grew up locally in Gardnerville and has worked as an engineer in Truckee for the past 14 years. We would have given anything to remain in the area, to purchase a home, and to raise our family of 2 young children, but there was nothing affordable. And that was when we were even looking 6 years ago. I can't imagine now. Nothing that we could buy that had a yard. And so we ended up purchasing a house in the Sierra Valley. The commute is tough for both of us between work and just juggling our children. So providing workforce or affordable housing is a worthy goal. But from what I've read about the achievable housing, it is not going to be affordable, even for 2 working professionals. Our current mortgage is under $2,000 a month. Also, I just don't see it being desirable, as most working families don't want to live in a high-rise apartment with children in the middle of town. We would have rented longer, but all the houses are now short-term rentals, or they seem to just sit vacant. We hope that the county and TRPA are doing something about that for others in our situation. I love Lake Tahoe, my roots are there, but I'm very concerned about its future. Please don't allow the character and more rural nature of the North Shore to be changed with dense and tall buildings, and the areas outside the town to have unlimited density. These changes will never service the needs of my family, yet could change the look and feel of our beautiful area forever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Next hand up is Jacob Bird. Jacob, if you unmute, you can comment.
And can I just interrupt for one moment? I just want, hands keep going up, and we do need to ask for one more time. Please put up your hands if you're going to speak. because we have already lost a couple board members that needed to move on, and we really did ask at the beginning that you put your hands up and leave them up. So please do that so we can judge this. And then I would ask people to please don't repeat. We have heard a lot of great testimony today. Please try to bring up new issues or different issues if you can. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Jacob Bird. I'm a 20-year North Lake Tahoe resident and stuff. And I've been following this all year and stuff. I've attended a lot of the meetings, given my opinion quite a few times. And don't get me wrong, I'm for development, I'm for growth, I'm for refacing all the abandoned properties and things like that. So don't take my comments the wrong way. But I do want to point out that I personally don't think we have a housing crisis. We have an exploitation crisis is what it actually is. The reason why I say that is because my example of my family living in Kings Beach is exactly that. When I wake up every single morning in my condo here, that was one of the newly built ones in the subdivided plots that used to be a mobile home, and now it's seven townhomes here in Kings Beach and stuff. And because it's under 15 years, there's no rent cap in Placer County. Me and my wife have actually experienced almost a 70% rent increase in the last 5.5 years of us living in this unit. So the no rent cap is actually a pretty big thing. The landlords exploiting their tenants and pushing them out because they can no longer afford the newer units that are being built, which is exactly what will happen with every single one of those housing units. The rent will go up the first 15 years until basically no one can afford it except the rich. So the no rent cap is a really big one. The no vacant, I step out of my 65% rent increase condo here in Kings Beach, and I go to my left, and there's a home that was built during the pandemic and stuff, and took 2 years, lots of noise. We've seen the owner 6 times in like 3.5 years. We should have a no vacancy tax, tax these people that are using these homes that aren't being used. That's a family that could be living there. The other 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath condo that could be a single family unit home, which it actually is zoned for and stuff. We have a couple of remote workers, bohemian hipsters that just take up a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath unit that could be actually supporting a family. The zero property improvement, the other house that I look out when I go, I can throw a football to all of these units out my front door. The other home is just a little tinder box that is just utilized as an asset on paper for the people that bought it however many years ago. I have a 10-year-old and I have an 11-month-old. There's a 10-year difference. I hope I can stay here and afford to stay in North Lake Tahoe for another 7-8 years so my child can stay with her friends her entire childhood. And I hope in 15 years, I can tell my other daughter, I'm so glad you got to be raised here in Lake Tahoe like your sister was. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that if you approve these types of amendments, if you approve this type of development. It's wrong, and it's unfair, and you're pushing the locals out of here. So I hope you make a better decision. I hope we don't need the developers' money. Tell them to take their money somewhere else. They're not incentivized. Oh, well, go on down to the valley and take your money to where you find incentivized, where you want your ROI. You're not going to get your ROI here. It won't work. Just like the Ritz-Carlton didn't work, Vail Resorts didn't work. All these other tinder boxes that have sat here that were empty promises.
Jacob.
The next hand raised is Aaron on Zoom, just first name if you unmute.
Hi, good afternoon, or good evening, I should say. This is Erin Casey. Apologies for not having my last name there. I live in Truckee. I've been a Truckee resident for over 20 years, and I've worked in the North Lake Tahoe area for over 17 years. More recently, working with an organization that is newly formed called the Tahoe Housing Hub, where we will be focused on working on bringing additional housing to our community. And so I just wanted to quickly say that we are in support, or I am in support of the code changes that are being proposed. And we greatly appreciate the time, the effort that your staff have made in sharing and going out to the community and trying to do what they believe is best for the community. And then I will just add one more thing so that because I know there's been a lot of public comment today. The Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation has a community report card There's been a lot of data shared on traffic counts, talking about surrounding fire impacts, but I also think it's important to look at some of the data behind mental health in our community, the impacts of housing insecurity on families. There are many families that spend over 30% of their income each month on their housing, which means they have less money to pay for other important things that are needed, from healthcare to food to all sorts of other needs that communities have. And so I do think there are a wide array of impacts, and those are some that are important to take a look at and that I would encourage you to consider when making decisions like this. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for considering these changes. We think they are necessary and important to move forward with.
Thank you, Erin.
Next hand is Alex Sigdinos. Alex, if you unmute.
Thank you, Alex Dennis. I'm a full-time resident of Tahoe. Public service would be great if it weren't for the public. I think some of you on this board and TRPA staff might be thinking that now. So I'd like to gently remind you that it's the public, the residents of Tahoe, who are the basin's full-time stewards and know its sensitive and beautiful environment best. And it's the interests of these people in this place that you, first and foremost, were appointed or elected to serve. In a recent opinion column for the Tahoe Daily Tribune, I wrote that if these plan amendments were put to a referendum to registered voters in the Tahoe Basin, where local lawyer lobbyists, interest groups, and so on had no more influence than anyone else, they would fail. That's evidenced by the comments some of you have made, stating you've never received this much opposition to a proposal. You've never received more emails, read more articles, or heard more commentary from individuals, the vast majority of whom are asking you to vote no. So if you're thinking of voting yes today, please ask yourself whose interests you're supporting. Now, it's easy to dismiss with a wave of a hand to those of us in opposition as NIMBYs, alarmists, tree huggers, or maybe just old people with too much time, and those are all old familiar slights. That would be a mistake. With few exceptions, I've only heard and read very measured, thoughtful, well-researched feedback from smart, caring, and experienced people. It's also easy to say that the new development these amendments would allow would not be fully realized for another 10 to 20 years, long after many of us won't be around. But that's a horribly cynical and selfish view. This is about preserving Tahoe for future generations. We're not opposing all development per se. Before approving the proposed amendments, we are for, and certainly I am for, smart development. I'm asking you to first conduct an updated comprehensive environmental impact study that reflects the dramatic changes in the basin's population, visitation, and climate change. Determine the carrying capacity of the basin given those changes. Develop a single comprehensive wildfire evacuation plan in concert with responsible federal, state, and local agencies, and do an independent validation of the cumulative impact of the environmental, traffic, evacuation, etc., of large developments, rather than regarding each solely on an ad hoc basis. None of that's NIMBY, and none of that's alarmist, nor is it a big ask of an agency created to be an environmental watchdog. Please set aside a false sense of urgency to move quickly or just get something done, and take a pass on buzzy platitudes like perfect is the enemy of the good. Just do the right thing, protect the Tahoe environment and quality of life in the basin, as your agency was originally chartered to do. Vote no today and come back later with a better plan. Thank you.
Next hand is Judith Tornese. Judith, if you unmute.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Judith Tornese, president of Friends of the West Shore. TRPA is supposed to preserve and protect, not encourage development, tourism, or economic feasibility. Frequently, these two goals are not compatible, and therefore TRPA is put in a position of promoting the protection of Lake Tahoe and its environment, or promoting an economic development and tourism. They are two different mindsets. Therefore, please protect the environment of the Lake Tahoe area by requiring an EIS to identify, analyze, and mitigate these housing amendments, which will have significant impacts to the Lake Tahoe area. Also, Friends of the West Shore wholeheartedly supports affordable housing that will work. But has TRPA evaluated other affordable housing alternatives to determine the most cost-effective and efficient way to provide affordable housing? If TRPA has analyzed other alternatives, the public hasn't been informed of those alternatives and any analysis. So that would include better regulation of and reduction of short-term rentals to provide more workforce and local housing. Also, more subsidized housing only for affordable housing, not to include luxury condos. Utilizing land trusts, providing incentives to encourage home rentals to locals and other such options. If these other alternatives were considered and analyzed, what were the conclusions? Will new buildings be developed only for workforce affordable housing units and not as a small portion of total units in a building? Will the units be mixed with tourist accommodation or luxury units as justification for a small amount of affordable housing? Developers will build more luxury housing because that's what will make them the most profit. We do not need more high-end housing, and these amendments seem to do nothing to stop it. So my main question here is there a guarantee that tourist and luxury units will not be added or mixed with affordable housing? Also, 2012 and 2016 data was used to evaluate these amendments. That data is old and outdated. There have been many changes since 2012, 2016 in population, wildfire risks, and traffic. And for these and many other reasons, we urge the governing board to require a new EIS as required by CEQA for these amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Judith. Next.
Next, first name on Zoom is Trish. Trish, if you unmute, you can make your comment.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I run the Tahoe Area ALS MND Research Library that focuses on the intersection between neurodegeneration and cyanobacteria toxins. I was with someone for a long time who died of ALS. He grew up in the Keys. My professor at Sierra Nevada College, he died of ALS. And then I started figuring out that there was a problem up here. And we discovered that we had a neurotoxin in the water last summer and in the air. And we are in the process of trying to figure out what's driving all this. You asked for a new topic, I'm giving you one. Anyway, so my concern is, you're talking about all this housing, but you're not talking about the specifics of what type of materials are being used to construct workforce housing, affordable housing, luxury condos, because eventually all those toxins that are inside the products that are being used land in the lake. People are inhaling them inside their apartments. They're getting washed down the street. And no one's talking about that. Everyone says, oh, I love Lake Tahoe. I'm concerned about the environment. Well, this is absolutely part of the environment. And so far, I haven't heard any comments. And I'm in agreement with Judy and Alexis and Pam and everybody else and Toby about not so much halting, but taking the time to really look at everything. From what I can see, and I read through 456 pages of all the comment letters, as well as all the documents, and I didn't see anybody talking about this. Why would you ignore this? We have the highest ALS clusters in the United States between Lake Tahoe and Serene Lakes. We have not gotten our results back from this past summer's testing. We will soon, but I can assure you that the scientists at Dartmouth University and the University of New Hampshire and the University of Montreal are all very concerned about what's going on here. And anything that adds to the toxins in the water, I'm concerned about. The Caldor fire, all the rusted metal in the marinas that I found at Meeks Bay. I mean, I found algae blooms all over Tahoe this summer that no one else seemed to be reporting. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trish. And that's it for hands going up. We've got a couple more to call on, but no more hands at this point. Thank you.
Okay, 3 more. The next one is Rob Olson. Rob, if you unmute.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So, hello?
Yes, Rob, we can hear you.
Sorry. I was in a meeting with Placer County from 3 to 4:15, so I apologize, Cindy, if I repeat anything. I'm in favor of this. My name is Rob Olson. I'm an architect contractor and trying to do development for housing in Tahoe City. I live full-time in Alpine Meadows. Also a property owner in the North Tahoe area as well, and North Lake area. And these, I get a lot of the concerns that people against this have. We are not proposing a project right now. None of this is proposing a project. It's proposing the ability to do a project. And each project will be looked at a case-by-case basis. And that is, if it's a big block building, it probably won't get approved. So let's move forward with this. It will help the environment with less people having to commute into Tahoe City or other areas around the lake. And it's desperately what we need. The housing issue is getting worse every year, and we desperately need these measures. So please vote to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next hand raised is Tara's phone. Tara, if you can unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for taking my comment. My name is Tara Hetz, and I work for North Tahoe Community Alliance. And I run a grant program that takes our tourism tax dollars as well as our TBID assessment and invest it back into the community. And I just want to share one story with you and fully support the amendments that are being made. Today we held an annual grant workshop, and for people from our community who don't get the opportunity to speak, I am speaking for them. And we had someone from our Hispanic community who, with these amendments being passed, would be able to provide housing for her workers and for her family. And so I just want to take that into consideration. I also want to thank the board and all of the staff for their hard work that they've done on this. And this allows us as a grant program investing both public tax dollars as well as the TBID back into the community to support workforce housing. So thank you very much for all your work.
Thank you, Tara. Next.
And the last hand raised is Chris Kingery. Chris, if you unmute, you can comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
So I was born and raised in Tahoe, and I have been actually supporting the workforce by renting out my home to local workers. And I am trying to walk through all of the hurdles in order to apply for the grant funding for the Lease to Locals program. In addition, be able to have my home evaluated by a general contractor so that I can apply for that Lease to Locals program. And I was really hoping that 3 things, that there would be an actual stepwise plan that homeowners who are interested in renting a part of their home as a JDU or ADU for local workers, that there would be a stepwise, easy to follow plan and program to do that, along with perhaps tax dollars or grants that would allow them to repair their home so that they could also lease to locals. You know, right now I'm in a really, really tough position, which is why I'm having to do this. And all of the loopholes and hurdles I'm trying to get through are making it extremely difficult, to the point where, you know, I'm having to consider an STR, and I don't want to do that. So if there would be not only some type of study to see how many local homeowners are interested, along with an easy to follow plan to reach that, perhaps a lot more of us would be willing to open up our homes to locals to lease to them, and, you know, obviously provide us with some type of tax credits would be wonderful as well. And, you know, go from there. The other would be to have the ability, if you have a large property, to build an ADU on the property that's, you know, maybe just a 400 square foot tiny home that could also help lease to locals. And I would just hope that that would be at least a part of the solution. We just need to find a pathway to do that for people like me that are trying to navigate what has been an extremely difficult, confusing, and very complicated process, when we're just trying to help provide at least some portion of the solution to what's going on.
Thank you, Chris. I thought those were, thank you very much for your input on trying to do that. But your time is up. Chris was the last hand that was raised before the cutoff. There was one more hand that went up, and that was Steve Teixeira. And his letters for both the Tahoe Chamber and the South Tahoe Alliance supporting the amendments were in our packets. So apologize, Steve, but we did need to move through this. So I'm going to turn it over and thank everybody who's stayed with us today, both online and in the room. So John, I'm going to look to staff to maybe respond or clarify some of the key issues. And then Vince, I'll come to you for some recommendations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. John Hester for the record. Kind of three perspectives I wanted to give you from the staff. First is the need. I think it's clear. You saw it's 5,000 to 6,000 over and over more if you count the Truckee area, and bonus units are at best 20% of that. One thing that probably wasn't emphasized enough is that the existing goals of the regional plan, HS1, housing for residents and workers, HS2, encourage in an environmentally suitable way within the growth management program, HS3, regularly evaluate needs and update the regional plan and code, which we do with the annual performance measures report that you get. And this is obviously the issue has just gotten worse, as you know from your retreat. It's now 13 times people's income. It used to be like a lot less, like 6 times. You heard today, and we've heard earlier through all the hearings, the Regional Planning Committee, the ABC, people with 2-income households can't stay here, can't have families. And what we look at is we really have viable communities at stake here. And if we don't have viable communities, we've got a lot of other environmental problems. Second perspective, I think, is what TRPA's role is. We are only part of the solution here. We don't cover all of the pieces. Like some people have said, it's an incremental step. We don't build housing, but our regulations have a significant impact on those. Phase 2, I want to mention that this is phase 2. Phase 1 dealt with accessory dwelling units and conversions of gaming properties. We have another phase. We've heard loud and clear a lot of the issues that we need to work on there, and so we will. And what we're proposing does not preclude other measures that other entities or the public have brought up. So it's not like by doing this, you're precluding something else. And I want to point out that, you know, people have talked about the regional plan update. This is one of a series of mitigation measures that we have been working on housing since that plan was done, because that was one of the mitigation measures that they said we needed. We started with a BAE study on what we could do. We had the development rights strategic initiative where we tried to make development rights more available for housing. We had 2-year process with our local government committee working on short-term rentals. They came up with recommendations, which those of you at local governments know you're implementing. For example, I know in Placer County, you do have a STR amortization program as commercial TAU hotel rooms come online, STRs are reduced. So, and then this Tahoe Living Working Group is the next part of that. So I think we've done a lot with our role, but I think our role is limited. And then the third thing is more the substance of the amendments. This is not more development. We've heard that a lot of times. This isn't more development. This isn't additional units. We're not changing any land uses. The same land uses that were allowed before are allowed now. This is not designed for luxury units. What we're trying to do is make the cost of units lower. A couple of points that we made, but I want to make sure don't get lost, is by requiring stormwater infrastructure, we are actually making an improvement to the water quality and the clarity of the lake. And by having more transit-oriented development that encourages lower use of the auto, we're getting better air quality. So those are good things that come along with these that are actually pluses environmentally. So we, again, as staff, I mean, we had 50 some odd speakers, and I didn't get into every detail of every speaker, but I think that's an overview of staff's response. I hope that helps.
Thank you, John. And I just had 2 points of clarification. First is there were several commenters discussing my conflict or perceived conflict. I do not have a conflict on this item. The project, I've lived in Tahoe for 40 years, my husband for 42. So yes, we know a lot of people and he does a lot of work in the basin. Thankfully, because I've been able to stay here, but the clients that you're speaking of, that's a whole separate EIR process, which I will absolutely recuse and will have to. So I just want to be very clear on that for the record. Second, there was this issue of luxury condos being built or luxury properties. And I don't know that the public has understood the deed restriction. The achievable says you must work in the basin for a local employer. Make sure I get my language right. I just want to make sure that's absolutely clear, because there's not too many folks that could meet those criteria and have a luxury unit. That's our issue. Most of our wages are middle-class wages or lower in the basin.
It does say what you said, and it says you have to be a permanent resident. And that direction to make that tougher came from the Regional Plan Committee from Chairman Honigman. And Karen maybe can give you more specifics on the language, but.
Well, I think as long as we're just
Okay.
very, very clear on that, because there is a lot of misunderstanding. And then the third is on the process, if somebody were to use the height, from my understanding of Placer County, and unfortunately Emily left, but I am very clear it has to go through design review and it has to meet the scenic standards of TRPA. So when we see images posted on websites alarming people that these are going to be above ridge lines and above tree lines, that cannot happen, correct?
That's correct.
I just want to be really, really clear, because I don't want people to think that in any way, anything that we're doing today is going to allow what is shown here.
No, the code amendments that are proposed clearly say you must still meet our scenic regulations.
Okay. And then I want to turn it over to Vince, but I want to be really clear. I think the comments that we heard today were excellent, and there is confusion out there. And some of the confusion comes from sources other than us. And so that's a challenge government isn't good at. I mean, we're not great at doing a lot of social media and posts. And so I just want to make sure we're willing to talk to anybody at any time on those issues. So thank you. Okay, Vince, you have some suggestions.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Cindy. Yeah, and Cindy's turned it over to me because as chair of RPIC, now the Regional Planning Committee, we have been working on this for 2 years. And I really want to thank the staff for the incredible work that they put in on this for 2 years, doing all the meetings, all the public outreach, everything. They've really done an amazing job. I also want to thank the Tahoe Living Working Group, which consists of community members, local professionals, APC members, and board members, and also our RPIC committee for all the work that they've done over that time. I'd also like to thank the public for all their thoughts, ideas, and inputs. You know, we really do consider everything that you guys bring before us, and all those ideas have been tested, and no one is happy 100% with this. I mean, the league's not happy, the builders aren't happy, you know, community members aren't happy. We're not totally happy, and that tells me that we're probably at about the right spot, as someone else said today. But what we have done here for the community standpoint is, you know, we are doing the minimum that the consultants have suggested will actually produce results, because we know that this, you know, that there are some things out there that a lot of you don't like, but this is the minimum that it will take for us to get achievable housing. We can't afford to subsidize all this housing that we need. So we have to get the private sector involved. And the changes that you guys, or the requests that you guys have brought to us, a lot of them have made it. And I'm about to ask for additional changes based on input that we've got, letters we've received, and consultations with staff. The first is to change the requirements in the multifamily areas. We've had a lot of concern about the multifamily areas and on a number of issues. And I think what I would like to recommend, which I think staff is on board with and a lot of people are on board with, is we only allow those changes in areas where there is a public stormwater, area-wide stormwater management system. So we don't rely on the BMPs, privately owned BMPs anymore. And that is really to protect the lake. And that reduces the multifamily areas down to a very scant number, I think both of which Cindy has helped get built, those stormwater management systems. So that's one.
Vince,
yes.
Can I just interrupt on that? Did you mean related to the coverage exemption?
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, the coverage exemption will only be allowed in areas where there's an area-wide stormwater management system.
I just want to be clear to the public as well that it's only the coverage incentive that you're saying would be ratcheted down. The other incentives that we've proposed are you're saying would still be in the proposal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And we can look at that again in phase 3 and just make sure we have that covered, because there was a lot of concern about that. Also, I would like to suggest that we move the transition zones to phase 3. That was kind of something that we kind of came to at the end, and I think we need more time to work out those details. In response to the St. Joseph's housing letters and requests, I'd like to restrict the number of achievable housing units to 25% of the total number. So that leaves 25% middle income and 50% affordable. And also increase the audit rate from a minimum of 10% to a minimum of 20%. And knowing that the board can change that percent as we deem necessary based on what we're seeing out there. So those are changes that I would like to propose based on all the stuff that we've seen and working with all these people for so many years on this. You know, I think these proposals were unanimously approved by the Regional Planning Committee, and they really do, as Hester said, they not only provide one level of housing availability, they make the other levels much less expensive to subsidize for us. They provide improvements in lake clarity, community revitalization, reductions in VO2, traffic and CO2 emissions. And all of this is without us spending a public dime, which is pretty incredible. I mean, I don't think a lot of people understand the significance of that. And if we don't act on this, the problem will just get worse and the solutions will need to get bigger. This is the bare minimum that works now, and it will only grow. So I hope that we can approve this and move on to phase 3. So thank you.
Thanks, Vince. I appreciate that. I think there's a number of questions and comments. So I'll start with Ms. Lane.
Thank you. And Mr. Honigman, I think those are good suggestions. What do you think about putting a cap on achievable? And also, since it's both questions are achievable, I'd like to hear your thoughts. But I thought maybe 20% achievable when we split out the bonus units, and maybe 30% moderate. And the reason why is because even at 20%, that's 189 bonus units. It's a lot. And if the public is right that that's what developers are gonna focus on, I'd rather have a smaller number in there to begin with, knowing that, to your point, we can move things around if we decide to. I don't know.
Well, when I said we could move it around, I was more talking about the audit requirement. The percentage of achievable versus low income and affordable, I think we should keep it at 25, because remember, that's only 25% of the units that we can get without these massive subsidies. And if they need more in those other levels, they can pull from the achievable. So they shouldn't run out. And we can always, as a board, we can evaluate how this is going. And if it looks like it's skewing in the wrong direction, we can change it at any time. So I'm very committed to us reevaluating things continuously. If something's not working, then we will bring it back up and we will bring it to this group to try to change. So I hope that's okay. I think 25% is a good starting point for us.
Well, 25% is the difference between 236 bonus units and 189. So that's a difference of almost 50 more units. So to your point, you just made the comment that I thought I was trying to make, which was we can always change it later if we want to, but I'd rather the cat not get so far out of the bag and us end up with 250 achievable units without any affordable or any moderate, and then us go, whoa, we have to correct this.
I'd be excited if we got those right out of the bat. We got some workforce housing without having to spend any money. I just think that the public money, the numbers are so big, it's gonna take a while.
Okay.
So
what do you think about an income cap?
So let me, we've heard a lot about that, and it's been very difficult to resolve because we have such differences around the lake. And, we end up with kind of these crazy levels. I mean, it's not crazy levels. They're high, but it sounds maybe worse. What we decided to do was to audit more and to reduce that number of achievable units, and then look at what's actually happening and review it. And if we need to, we can come back with that. But Placer, to get their workforce housed, county workers and emergency professionals and things, they have asked us that we keep it where it's just a local workforce requirement. These, to get these units so that they pencil, they're going to be smaller than a lot of typical units. They're going to be, they're in multifamily buildings. I think people are worried that, we've heard people say Larry Ellison is going to live in this. Well, if he got a job at Starbucks in town, then he might qualify. But I don't think that it's going to be the type of unit that he wants. I think that wealthy people are going to want to go somewhere else. So I'm not as worried about it, and I think staff and the community and the APC, who worked on this for a long time with the different counties, came up with this and have really resisted putting a cap on it. So we said, okay, we'll look at it. We'll make sure that it's working, and if it's not, we'll be quick to change. So I hope that's okay.
And I think from Placer, because he pointed at Placer, one of the issues that we've seen is housing prices continue to escalate. So whatever number you put, we will, as a board, will just have to come back and try to make, raise that at some point if housing prices continue to escalate, because we have a limited supply and a lot of demand. So that's been the issue. That's why we felt really comfortable. If you were you were a resident and working here in the basin, that was what we wanted to see. But, we need, according to our RENA numbers that we got, 181 units above moderate, and that's 42% of the total of what we need. Because we have done some affordable housing with Domus and then over in the Martis Valley. So we have a fairly high need for those achievable units. Now, I understand the concern. I just don't think that there's that many people that make that kind of money in our community to drive a luxury product. And that's why I was trying to understand. But we could also do this through the opt-out program, correct? Now, that was my question, is if there was a census around the board that they wanted to do that, if Placer opts out, we can reconsider height. Could we also, but the bonus units would already be set and income levels set, or could that be an alternative program that we say our share of the bonus units could be used?
Essentially what the criterion for an alternative program under the opt-out is you have to show that you can reduce the cost of the housing unit the same amount that these changes. So that's what it is. We didn't really, so if you don't have an income level, we tried to tie all this to reducing costs, not to income levels, because we think that's more important way to go. Income levels, as you all just said, change county by county and year by year.
Well, that's where it's so challenging, because our incomes and our housing prices are different all around the basin. So if we start setting a number, unless it's pretty high,
right,
that people will be angry about that too. So I think that was the challenge. We're trying to develop the Dollar Creek housing project, and we're trying to put for sale units for young workers and teachers there in our community. And that's where we're seeing prices that I know we're going to continue to require a huge amount of public subsidy even to get those done. And we've already donated the land. So it's so cost prohibitive right now, even to build a small like townhome duplex that somebody could buy, which is where we've heard from our community. They really want to see hope for young people, not only to rent, but then to move in and buy, like many of us here at the table.
And Madam Chair, I don't mean to go back to the Member Lane's previous comment, but I asked the percentages, the need percentages for moderate and achievable are 26 and 27. So I think the 25, that, bolsters the argument for keeping it at 25. You're giving me the look like, what are you talking about?
No, I'm giving you the look like, thanks.
Okay.
That's really
Okay.
helpful.
Good. And, well, given that, this is John Hester for the record.
I knew that number came from somewhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have one other point that I would like to bring up, but I would like to also hear from my colleagues as well. So you're more than welcome to go on and go.
Okay, we'll come back. I'll start over here. Alex, do you have?
I also have a long list, so we can maybe like take a couple of rounds. Let's see. Okay, let's start with the achievable category. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Vince, just so I'm clarifying, were you supporting capping it at 25%, like across the board? Okay, I'd be more comfortable with that. I also do like the idea of an income cap or something like having some sort of limit so we know that people aren't taking advantage of this. Yeah, guardrails and, you know, pairing that with a higher audit percentage, like 50% was proposed. I'd be comfortable starting at 50%. And if, you know, I think you pointed out earlier that as we're doing that, it ends up that no one's violating it. The fines are scaring them off. We can lower that. But I'd rather start high just to give everyone, including the public, more confidence in it. I think, let's see, let me go through my notes. And then someone mentioned earlier, you know, could there be a requirement that not just the renter is a resident in Tahoe, but the owner is too? And just appreciating, like, this is, you know, these conversations have been going on for years. I haven't been part of it. Has that ever been contemplated? Curious.
Well, typically money comes from all over the country. I mean, we would love if outsiders poured money into this basin to create housing for us. So I don't know that we could come up with the money inside the basin to provide this need. So it's just, it's probably unconstitutional anyway, I would imagine. But I think we would like outside investment to come into the basin to help us solve our housing needs if we can. So that would be my argument against it. And I don't know if it's legal or not legal. That's.
Yeah, I was just curious if that's been raised.
Yeah.
Before. Okay. Do you want to do another lap, or I can keep going? Okay. I'd also be really supportive of trying to limit this, at least for now, to the town centers. I think we've heard that in a lot of public comments. I think that makes sense. And, you know, push the incentives outside the town centers to phase 3. I think I would be supportive of that. We don't need to jump into that right now. I think the town centers is where we probably want to see most of this happening anyway. So that was the other piece. I also appreciated the changes that have been made around the stormwater monitoring and, you know, only doing that where the locals can be doing the enforcement. I'm not necessarily, this is not, from what I've seen, there does not need to be a whole new environmental impact analysis done. That I'm not a CEQA attorney, so I'm curious if, since that's been raised so much, if staff could just speak to it. And it was also included in the FAQs, which I really appreciate, but just for the sake of everyone, like, why not? Yeah, John, go for it.
Sure. So I think let's just distinguish between a general desire to look at evacuation and the, how that can happen within the basin versus a very much more restricted analysis of what we're doing in this exercise. And so what under our Article 7 obligations to review the environmental impacts, we're looking at the change that the proposal might have. So it's not that generally have conditions change over time. And we can, quite honestly, I think we presented information to the board recently that we haven't been seeing a whole lot of traffic. It may have shifted during the, how it comes in and in what time periods. So I think there is, a definite strong basis to say that the changes may be more in perception than in reality. But what's key is that with the changes that we're talking about are to an already allocated and analyzed set of development potential. So we're trying to get those approved bonus units is on the ground. So we're not adding any units. We're not adding any population that has not already been analyzed within the various environmental impact statements that we referenced in the beginning part of the IEC. That's the basic kind of bottom line answer to those comments.
So 2 more quick ones. 3 more quick ones. On the parking, obviously we heard a lot about that. My 2 main concerns were if we are going to be eliminating parking, that it doesn't take away from what would have been required for EV capable and EV-ready parking spaces. That's, you know, statewide, multifamily housing requires a certain percentage. I don't want to be disincentivizing people who might be wanting to get electric vehicles, you know, just going to our overall goals of reducing emissions in the basin. And then ADA spots, you know, as well. I just want to be sure that those are still being provided at the bare minimum. And just on the public engagement, I mean, I've read the comments. I've spoken to a number of stakeholders. I think, you know, I think we're all doing our best to try and engage with the public and listen to you all. People are still sitting here right now. I know a lot of you have been here for hours, and I really appreciate that. The Tahoe Living Working Group, I think maybe it's a good opportunity to expand and try and get more members of the public involved in that, so they're feeling heard. You know, and then I would just open up. I think all the board members feel the same way. Like, I like talking to people. I like hearing from you. I can read the letters, but it's really nice to also like get on the phone with folks and hear your opinions. So I really appreciate the people who have reached out and done phone calls with me. So yeah, I mean, I know that's a sentiment with staff. You guys have done so much outreach. I really appreciate that. You guys have done so much good work on this, but it'd be great if we could do even more. And I think that's it. Thank you. Mr. Friedrich.
I have some overall thoughts, but I'm gonna start with some questions just leading off of that. One is that on the question of the reallocation. Why is that? Oh, that's yours. Okay. Competing microphones. The allocation of units among affordable, achievable, moderate. I definitely support that amendment. I know Gene had reached out to me about that too. It makes a lot of sense. St. Joseph's Land Trust has a lot of great projects. We want to make sure that there's space for those. And I'm just going to ask, you know, Karen and I had a little chat in advance, but just, I guess, for the record, Leah had reached out and some accounting of the number of units left. So are we talking about reallocation among the net units that are still available that haven't been reserved? So let's say there's 800 and we're dividing those 50, 25, 25, or are we talking about allocating among the original 50-50 split before recent uses of these and reservations?
I was recommending that we talk about allocating from the original language that is in chapter 52 right now. So it has a set amount that were allocated or that were still remaining in 2018. Number was 1,124. So of that, about 50 units have actually been constructed. Another couple of hundred are in permitting, but I think, you know, when we look at the overall need and we have this need that's approximately 50% affordable, 50% moderate, 50% achievable, you know, it's consistent. We can still meet that need if we use that original 1,124. Whereas if we apply those percentages to the remaining, that leaves, you know, even fewer units in the moderate and achievable categories. And I think the goal was to kind of try to get more in those categories, or at least more in the moderate from what I'm hearing you say. So we are getting, I don't know if Alyssa, we do have a slide. You know, most of the housing, deed restricted housing that we've gotten and that is in permitting is affordable housing. So we have over 400 units of affordable that are either, you know, in permitting or approved, whereas we have 2 achievable units that have actually been constructed since 2018. So I know the concern is around achievable, but affordable is actually what's been getting built.
Right. And I think there's a lot of support for affordable. So to me, since there's support for it, and that's been the intention of carving out more for affordable, I guess it would make sense to me just to carve out the balance, but I know that might create some other issues or reevaluation or something. But I just want to throw that out there for contemplation and discussion, I guess. And like you said, we could probably readjust that allocation in the future, but it's just worth noting. On the issue of outside town centers, I know in the staff report, it was mentioned that the bulk of opportunity for affordable housing for moderate is in the multifamily zoned areas. And as we've heard from folks testifying for South Lake Tahoe, there's support for that. Rebecca and others talked about that. A lot of this exists. And I think it's worth noting that, John, as you just said, they mean these units could all be built on single family parcels, 946 of them, or whatever's the balance, 800 if that's the net. And so presumably that we're concentrating some number of those on a smaller number of parcels rather than having dispersed among all units. These could be built on a single family residences, right? And so I just wanted to, I guess I've heard the concern, I know from maybe other parts of the lake about building in outside of town centers, but certainly I think from the South Lake Tahoe perspective, there's a lot of opportunity here and a lot of housing that could be built that would meet some immediate needs. I'm thinking, imagine places like, South Lake Tahoe where the college is, El Tahoe, Rite Aid just left. It's a huge parking lot. That's outside of a town center. That could be redeveloped as mixed use development with housing on top. There's lots of other examples like that, not to mention duplexes and triplexes in residential neighborhoods. So long statements. The question is, you have a sense of like the percentage of opportunity that would be left on the table if we postpone the multifamily areas, and again, just kind of referring to what was said in the staff report.
Sure. So the town centers were drawn around commercial areas. So there's actually very little residential. Of course, they can be mixed use or there are some vacant parcels, but local jurisdictions did, the multifamily areas were drawn around the places that local jurisdictions had already designated in their local plans for multifamily. And that's where, again, most of our multifamily is. And that area, it's about 4 times the amount of, developable land for multifamily outside than there is inside the town centers. So again, with the opt-out provision, if a local jurisdiction doesn't want to allow those incentives, they could opt out. And the threshold for opting out is pretty low. They need to submit an intent to update their area plan to us within a year and just specify generally what would be in that. So that would allow them to opt out and not have our codes take effect.
Yeah. So to me, I think South Lake Tahoe wants to be able to have this option to develop. Even Gavin mentioned there's differences around the lake. I know that we've heard that, and the opt-out provision seems to be a fair resolution of that, but I'll leave that open for discussion. And then I just want to say a lot of people have talked about, Gavin brought up disincentives, the carrots, the phase 3 items, and people talking, I believe that we need to make those choices between, affordable housing, protecting the lake, and kind of luxury, free market real estate. And we can't necessarily do all the above. And phase 3, right, is about wrestling with those choices. So as we're thinking ahead, could you maybe give a preview of coming attractions of the type of choices and issues that would come in that discussion, and maybe what the timeline would be and opportunities for the public here to engage starting now in those choices, as just so we can kind of understand what is, some of the concerns about mega development and whatnot are coming down the road. They're not necessarily all being resolved in today's discussion, but I think it would be helpful for the public to know that.
I'll take a shot at it and let Karen do cleanup. Phase 3 is we actually have funded what's called a high impact transformative grant funding for that's over $2 million. And we plan to look at how we can reach people who, couldn't even come talk to us today because they have 3 jobs. Where are those people and what do they need? As well as what changes could we consider to our growth management system, including things like scaling development rights so that a big house needs more development rights than a small one. We've also talked about all the different boundaries, that you're talking about. So we've got bonus unit boundaries, we've got multifamily boundaries, we've got an urban area, we've got the stormwater service areas, maybe aligning those and maybe making sure all our incentives and disincentives are working in the same areas, the same way. So those are just some of the things coming with phase 3, and Karen can probably add to that because she's in charge of that project or leading the staff that's in that project.
Sure, just a little, that was great. And just a little bit of additional, the idea of phase 3 is to do an equity and climate update of some key programs in our code, like our growth management system. So that would mean, like John said, looking at things like our development rights system, the fact that one development right can be used either for a monster home or for a tiny ADU, and the cost is the same, basically. You know, there's no break for the person doing the ADU. That's exactly the type, that's where we would be looking at, you know, is that fair? Should that be shifted somehow so that if you're building a monster home, maybe that development right costs more or it's harder to get or something like that. And we will make that same calculation for, you know, looking at coverage, mitigation fees, and looking not just at the equity impacts, but the climate impacts as well. Like, does a monster home have some greenhouse gas impacts that we haven't, you know, accounted for compared to an ADU? Those kinds of things.
I would imagine we could also consider TAUs for VHRs, or what, you know, if we're going to be an expansion of bonus units, are they carved out of the market rate remaining allocations? I'm not saying that those will be fully accepted, but that would be a type of issues that could be contemplated in phase 3, right?
Yeah, and phase 3 is going to be starting in January, and we're going to start with the goals. And it's, you know, I appreciate the suggestion to potentially expand the Tahoe Living Working Group, or even without that, we have a very extensive public outreach process built into that grant. So we'll be figuring out how to engage, you know, with all of the different groups that want to be engaged in individuals, and they can, you know, build it from the ground up. So those are just some of the things that have come up so far for ideas, but it wouldn't necessarily be limited to those things that we've just mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, John. Alexis had her hand up, and then I had Jess, and then I'll come back to the room.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. You know, I think what is being lost by our board is the 3 years of work that we've been doing on this. And by limiting this development to town centers, it is really not going to solve the problem. And I feel like we need to take some bold steps. And if folks want to, if individual jurisdictions want to opt out they can definitely do that. But I don't think it's appropriate to put that on the rest of the jurisdictions who would benefit greatly from these workforce housing projects happening in the transition zones. I think staff did a really good job of working on these transition zones and working on this full package. And we asked them to go and be bold. And if you heard today, developers are telling us this isn't bold enough. So I do feel like there's a real balance. So that's where I feel I'd like to move forward with the project as proposed. But again, like, if the votes aren't there and the board wants to make compromise, I guess that's what we do. But we're going to be returning back to this and not solving the problems long term. So that's how I feel.
Thank you, Alexis. Jess, Ms. Dis.
That's okay. This is Jessica Dis for the record. I wondered if, Alyssa, if you could put back up the map with the town centers and then the little pink edges for the outside. And while we're pulling that up, my question maybe cannot be answered live here. It's been a long time since I navigated the census website, and I'm having a hard time finding the information. But what I was trying to address with this question / comment was this concern about the changing of the way of life and the rural versus urban and that interface. And I think that, you know, at risk of quoting Wikipedia, there are, because I cannot get the census website to tell me what I want to know, and maybe you all know what the already existing current population density is of the specific areas that we are talking about this applying to. Wikipedia is telling me that it's quite high in some of, even in the North Shore, that the population density is already kind of high. But if you don't have it at the ready, that's fine. I can still move on with my point. I don't have it at the ready, but I believe it's pretty low. I have a table that I can do some digging and try to find. But inside, like, what it would be considered the town centers, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we did actually do this analysis for a previous presentation earlier in the process, because the on the ground densities are much lower than what's allowed. Like we allow 15 units per acre, but what we're actually seeing is more like 8 or less, and that's not enough to support transit.
Yeah, I guess I don't mean like per acre. I mean like, you know, like for communities that are very small and also have a small population, they're geographically small, but the entirety of the population lives within a couple miles of each other. That's more what I mean, not like lot density. That even still is small. Okay. Well, so the reason I bring it up is I just wanted to say, like, I think that the work done that Member Hill referenced to over the 3-4 years to really narrow this to specific areas of town centers and then places already designated as multifamily, that speaks to the work of the agency and staff to try to keep this to the feel of the areas that it's in, right? We all know that city of South Lake Tahoe is more densely populated than a lot of other parts of the lake. But if areas are already zoned multifamily, and if areas are a town center where we're trying to designate development, I just think that I agree with Member Hill that I would like to move forward with the multifamily outside of town centers at this point in time. I understand if that's not in the cards for today, but I think that it's not, we're talking about 946 bonus units spread out across a very small percentage of the entire lake. So in no one area could it possibly really dramatically change even the total population of the area, much less the feel of the area. And with that, I did just want to point out that I know, again, Tahoe is its own animal and it's unique and special place, and it does have a largely rural feel, but California is the most urban populated state in the nation, and Nevada is the second most urban populated state in the nation. And that's because in Nevada, all of our people live in urban centers. They don't live in the beautiful, well, Director Settlemeyer and I think it's beautiful, open space in the middle of Nevada. And the West is the most urban populated region in the nation, according to the most recent census data. And I think a lot of that speaks to land use planning, leaving open space to be open space and concentrating growth into certain places. And this is that on a microscopic level. We're trying to concentrate population into small areas so that we do have the benefit of enjoying these wonderful open spaces, and you don't have a house in the middle of, you know, a mansion or something in the middle of an open space. And I think that these measures move us in the right direction in terms of concentrating development in that matter. And I don't know if that made sense. I'm going to blame it a little bit on being 6.5 months pregnant if it didn't. So, and it's 5:35. Yeah.
Made total sense to me.
Okay.
John Hester for the record. A lot of those concepts you're alluding to are what are considered good planning.
And that's why, I mean, it's, I understand completely the concern and the alarm. I mean, I live not very far away, and I appreciate so much of what makes Tahoe Tahoe is the feel that you're getting away from it all, right? You're not in a big city. But I think in these town centers where we already have grocery stores and Starbuckses and things like that, we're not talking about one stoplight towns. We're talking about, you know, areas that have already been a little bit urbanized.
Thank you. Director Settlemeyer?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for letting me ask a question at this point, because it builds off of what one of my colleagues indicated. When we get to the comment portion, I'm sure everybody's gonna make a comment prior to the vote. Hopefully we can all limit it to the same time frame we've required the general public to limit their comments. Saying that ahead of time. But one of the questions I wanted to build upon that was just discussed is, you look at Nevada, we are incredibly densely populated because over 90% of it is owned by somebody else. And I think Tahoe suffers from the same type of affliction per se. Once you look at all of the land that is owned, whether it be the state of Nevada, the state of California, or whether it be owned by the Forest Service or a state park, of either state or as a county city area that is also owned and not able to be built upon, or this minor fact called the entire lake, which nobody builds upon. That being said, where are all the buildable lots left? Are they in these town centers? Where are the majority of the buildable lots that could be utilized for these type of projects, just out of curiosity?
I mean, the buildable lots are pretty well distributed throughout the basin. Alyssa has the numbers of vacant lots in multifamily and town centers that we can tell you. But, you know, throughout the whole basin, we only have, you know, a little over about 3,000 or buildable lots left. 3,000 to 4,000 buildable lots left. So that's just a mix of single family, multifamily, and town centers. But do you want to tell them?
In town centers, there's about 181 parcels that we consider vacant and developable. And in multifamily areas, that's 918 parcels.
Okay, I really appreciate that information, because I think it goes a lot into the analysis of where this is going to occur, but also it's going to be driven by market forces. The simple fact that Incline Village tends to be a lot more valuable per square foot because we're no longer dealing with acre prices anymore is going to govern where a lot of these potential projects go. And I think that's just a reality. Anyways, thank you.
Ashley, did you have any? Okay. Alexis, your hand is back up.
Oh, I didn't mean to put it back up, but no, I'm fine.
Okay. Anyone else online from our board want to speak up? Okay, we'll go back.
Yeah, sorry, Ashley Conrad-Sater for the record. I guess I just want to sort of iterate or identify the things we will come back to in future housing amendments if this goes forward. So in terms of thinking about short-term rentals, right, that comes up all the time. I think having a workshop or a process to discuss short-term rentals would be really, really valuable, and to get feedback and opinion on how we can legally try to manage the challenge that a lot of people have brought up to us. So I just want to add that to the list of something where we workshop on.
Thank you. And okay, Mr. Friedrich.
Anticipating moving towards some resolution, we had some proposed, Mr. Honigman, with changes, and member Hill said she'd like to go forward as presented. So I think it might be worth having a little discussion here to say, is there concurrence on the proposed changes? What are the trade-offs to those changes? Get some staff input if we on the transition zones and others. I mean, I think we have concurrence on the reallocation, but some of those other changes just to see, is that something we all support, and there's going to be maybe move ahead towards some kind of a vote here soon.
Thank you, Mr. Friedrich. I did have a follow-up question for staff. So when I was thinking of opt-out, I know the North Shore community has been very outspoken about the height being very egregious. And I have repeatedly told members of the public and various groups that I've met with that there are a couple of key sites, but they're in the transition zones that may accommodate more height. So I'm trying to understand what process, if we eliminate transition zones today, and a project comes forward that the community really does like and is interested in doing to try to meet our needs. Because I probably haven't said this enough, we're in crisis mode, right? In North Shore, as far as businesses closing, we're down to one grocery store in Tahoe City. We have boarded up buildings for the first time in 50 years in downtown Tahoe City. And so, you know, we really need to find some solutions on housing moving forward. And I just don't want to be in a position where we've taken out transition zones, and the ones I'm speaking of aren't even, I mean, on here is the old dump site, which I know is unbuildable. So I really need that out of there because it's confusing people. There's 71 acres of old landfill that it will never be built on because it's never been, it's so steep and it's SEZ and all kinds of other impediments. But there's a small parcel right behind the Trading Post Center, obviously Lake Forest, where I live, and Dollar Hill are transition zones that really people say out to me all the time, well, Lake Forest is where some of the housing should go, but without any incentives, I don't know how we do that because it wasn't enough of a town center, yet it is a commercial area or was a commercial area.
So I believe I'm going to let John Marshall clarify, but I believe you could come in with your own change to say we want to allow additional height in these areas.
Or additional coverage or the other, because I don't know that the community wants height or in all these situations but trying to incentivize housing to be where Lake Forest has been a traditional area of a lot of housing. So are there other incentives with?
The answer is yes, that would be the way to do it. And yes, you can do that on either with a change to your area plan or coupled with the project. It's going to be probably easier to do height and density changes subsequently, but coverage is going to be more difficult just because it requires, additional thinking through of what you're actually proposing and what that might be.
Yeah, that's one of my fears, obviously, is anytime we talk about area plan changes, then we're getting this dialogue going of anything could be litigated and then hold us up from getting housing on the ground. And yet we're not getting housing on the ground. I asked staff, how many developers have come forward since we started the Mountain Housing Council in 2015 and articulated how much we need? We had tiger teams that tried to get things going for development in these areas and zero. Zero for the affordable and moderate. So.
And this is John Hester, maybe to help explain. I know some of the other board members aren't as intimately familiar with what you're talking about, but also what board member Friedrich was talking about is right now you have multifamily zoned areas and you have town center areas, and then you have the transition zone. You have those, all three of those are parts of the proposal. And I think what I heard from Member Honigman is drop the transition zone, keep the town centers and keep the multifamily. That's part of the answer. The other part is if you said we don't want the height in town centers, we want to drop it, say a story, we would say to you, how are you going to make up the cost per unit by not allowing that? And you might do it by saying, well, we're going to pay for the stormwater.
No,
system,
we're going to pay. Yeah.
we're
No,
gonna
I
pay.
understand. We're going to be paying.
No, and I'm saying
My
that
colleagues
partly
need
for
to
the-
know that.
I'm saying it for the rest of the
Yeah.
board members. Is,
Yeah.
yeah, we might have to put in land or some other way to get that cost to the same level.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, some other way to get it cost to the same level.
Yeah. And then in the transition zones, because I do want to find compromise here and I understand, that's our duty in making public policy. I just don't want to be short-sighted that we may prohibit any housing on North Shore, or at least in the Tahoe City area, because the downtown, you can't go taller from my understanding because of the scenic guidelines. So it would have to be in these lots that are back off the road. So, and I don't know that it will pencil even with the height. So this is all hypothetical, but trying to pave that way. And then I think the other question is looking at, I wanted to be clear, if we set this at 25% for the achievable, we can take away from that and move it to affordable, but we can't take affordable and move it to achievable. So if we see that that's just running rampant for some reason, we could as a board say, no, we're going to move more to affordable. I don't think we'll see that. These are very difficult projects to do, but.
I think Alyssa's, to John Hester again, I think the numbers Alyssa just gave you, that we have had 3 achievable and 400. Of course, the 400 had other subsidies as well, but the point is achievable is not going crazy right now.
Yeah.
And
We've sold 7 homes with our workforce housing preservation program. We're trying to unlock that by helping people buy homes. And we've done 7, but those don't count toward any of the RENA numbers because they're existing.
I think there's a little bit of a clarification. My understanding is the affordable kind of automatically pulls from the other levels. We as a board could pull from them to assign more to achievable if we wanted to. That would require us to vote, but it's automatic in the other direction. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Friedrich, you wanted to have a discussion. I'm on the
Is-
fence, as you can tell, so.
Whether we should just discuss the items?
No, I think we should discuss the items, and my position is I'm not sure, because I do think we have much more limited room on North Shore than you have on South Shore. If you look at the zones that could potentially apply to any of this. So eliminating transition zones could be a big impact if we can move quickly and have projects come forward and be willing to carry them from the county and get support from our community that, look at, we've made this compromise today, but we're going to come back with specific zones where we need them or sites. And because that's what I've heard from MAP and other groups, like we want to look at the exact site where you might do this. And I hope we get their support, but I have no guarantee. And that's the fear, right? Are we gonna see progress? So.
May I
Yeah.
just make a couple thoughts on this? I think what hasn't been said, and I could be wrong, and if you disagree with me, I want you to feel free to bop me over the head or tell me I'm wrong. And that is, this is also an issue of trust. And I know all of us around the table, and I've represented this publicly, we're all human beings, we're all trying our best. But we're not viewed in the best lens, not especially recently. And I think that the idea that you put forward, Mr. Honigman, that we maybe not go, we save the transitional zones for phase 3, it just slows it down a little bit and allows the public the ability to say, okay, well, they're at least trying. Because remember too, that it's the concern that I hear from El Dorado County is that there's going to be some big development right next to a neighborhood. And so I understand what you're saying, Madam Chair, and I want more, I would love more than anything just to wave a wand and make this happen. But the fact of the matter is we need the community's support and we need them to come along with us. And I think this addresses that a little bit.
Good points, and I hope so. Absolutely. Other comments, board members?
I have one other one that I punted off to let everyone else go. Yeah, if I could just ask, this is more of a question for my understanding, and it has to do around the public subsidies. It's been stated by even board members that this does not eliminate the need for public subsidies in some way, shape, or form, whether it's local, state, federal. My experience, and I was sharing this with Mr. Friedrich, is that when you accept state and federal grants, which we needed to do even in the Sugar Pine project to get that $100 million investment, once you do that, anybody living in the state of California or in the United States can apply for housing in that particular development. I want to know if I'm right or wrong about that. I think I'm right, but I want to know. And the reason why I think I'm right is because the city of South Lake Tahoe, as Ms. McDougall said when she called in, has just done an exorbitant amount of affordable housing, much more than our share. Maybe, but I'm glad we did. But when we've opened up some of these facilities, there's a lot of out-of-state people that move into them and not always necessarily locals. And I just want anything you can share with me to assure that this is, even at the end of the day, if something's built, is going to have the effect that we're looking for.
So just very succinctly, and then please chime in if I get this not right. If you're accepting particularly federal money, and those for subsidies, then there's going to be strings attached to that. And that's mostly going to happen in affordable and moderate. What we're trying to do with achievable is bring the cost down so you don't have to subsidize for achievable. So therefore, the achieve as well, but yeah, if you can get away with not having the string from the funding, then you can restrict it to local workers and have a local connection.
That was a big, that was a
And-
big
and-
connector.
And
for
I
me,
don't want to
so
say
thank
it
you.
doesn't work anywhere. I'm just saying on North Shore, we haven't been able to pencil a project for achievable without a local subsidy. And we're okay with that because we know we have to help our workers get housing.
Because a local subsidy
Doesn't have
it
the
doesn't have
strings.
the same effect. Okay, thank you for that.
All right.
Linda's about to board her plane, and so
So,
we need to get a motion on the table so we can at least.
Cindy asked me to make a motion. I think what I've heard is the motion would be to approve the package, find my glasses and put them on. And dropping the transition zones until phase 3 and the multifamily zones, pushing that to phase 3.
I'm sorry,
For the
not pushing it to I'm sorry, just to be clear, first time you said it had to do with connecting coverage in outside of centers. You would have to be connected to an area-wide storm water system.
Right now, and then we can reevaluate
Yes.
in phase 3.
Okay.
We can reevaluate that in phase 3. Making sure that our parking does not prevent us from meeting any EV or ADA requirements from state or federal sources.
Can I just stop right there and respond to that one?
Okay.
Those are independent requirements that our rules would not trump. So it just, remember, ours are just an allowance that if they can go to 0 or 0.75 average, they can do that. If they have other obligations they have to meet, then they've got to meet those.
Okay. And there was the question on the audit where I had proposed 20%. Some people had proposed higher.
It would cost us a little bit more, but not significantly more, so we can go to 50 if that's the
Okay.
board's direction.
I think it maybe in the first couple of years, that would give people confidence at least. And then when we saw what was happening, we could go down if it was prudent. So does everyone understand the motion? Ish? Oh,
You also mentioned limiting achievable to 25%.
Yes.
Using the 1152 number.
Okay, perfect.
So just so I'm going to convert this into
The legal speak.
your
proper speak.
so I'm going to be working off of starting on page 369 of your packet, which is the code language. And essentially, do we have the achievable? Can we bring that up on a slide? So this section is not within, we've been talking about it, it's not within the proposals, although we've been discussing it for a number of meetings, but the language is not actually here. So do we have, is this the new language, or is this a strike through? There's no strike through here. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna get that, we're gonna come back to that one. But to implement the transition zones, we're gonna pull those out. That's in chapter 37, section 5.5B. And that's on page 381 to 382, and that's just deleting subsection B. Okay, so that would be 37.55B would be deleted. That's the transition zones. Height in the transition zones. And then to affect the coverage requirement change, that's on page 337 of your packet, section 30.4.2 point B5 small b, which is the carry over from 377 to 378. Now you would delete subsection B. And then do we have the?
You just repeat that last one, John.
To make sure I have it right. It's
Page 339.
Yeah, it's 30.4B5B. Now
Page 339.
Yeah. I'm sorry, which page?
339.
No, I'm trying to deal with the actual code language that's in the 370s and 80s.
Is this the one on stormwater?
Yes,
Try page 377.
that's what
Oh, okay.
I,
378.
so they can, so the way that 30 on 377, 30.4.2.B.5, A is if they can connect to a stormwater collection system, that allows it. B was the alternative to say they can go to BMPs if such and such. So we would be deleting B. So the only way they could get coverage outside of centers if they were connected to a stormwater system under A.
That's a quick question on that one.
Yeah.
I mean, what would be the ramifications of that? I mean, there aren't many area-wide stormwater systems, right? So, you know, how many likely developments are we potentially curtailing through this? Just so we make sure we understand what we're doing here.
You are curtailing the availability of the coverage going from 50 to 70% outside of centers. So they would those would have to occur when they could connect to a stormwater treatment. And I think all of ours are in centers, or there may be a couple instances, but it's reduced. There's reduced opportunity because otherwise you could go the BMP route in subsection B if the city, or excuse me, the local jurisdiction would undertake certain obligations. So it is reducing the scope of that exception, or excuse me, that ability to go from 50 to 70%.
But is this something that could come back in phase 3?
Yes.
With the right sort of interceptors? I mean, we've done a lot of mechanical treatment now that far exceeds some of our area-wide storm drainage, so.
And we would actually hope that we could even identify the next phase where they should go to align with everything else.
Right, right. Because I think, as far as I know, Tahoe City and Kings Beach are the only two on the North Shore. Yeah.
There's the map on the slide shows the active stormwater or area-wide treatments in blue. They are pretty limited. There's one in Tahoe City. I believe the one in Kings Beach is getting close to being active. And then there are a few on the South Shore.
Right. Oops. What else? John Friedrich, for the record, I finally said it. It's just, I think we should know that, I mean, that allowable coverage was selected to enable the type of, you know, duplex, triplex, quad, you know, type developments. I'm just wondering, you know, I know it's late and we're just wanting to vote on something, but I just want to be clear that You know, they're likely not to happen for quite a while because these stormwater systems are not in place.
Or they happen with using 50% coverage instead of 70.
Well, very few areas allow 50% coverage. Those are only the areas that are in the old community plans. Once they convert to an area plan, the ability to do 50% goes away. That was kind of an old strategy that we had.
But they can be reevaluated in phase 3 and it could come back with BMPs. It's just, there was a much more community upset about the multifamily areas. So we thought we could use a little more time to talk and make sure that we got those areas.
I believe the concern was that the BMPs may not be maintained and upkept. And I think, again, if the local jurisdictions agree that they're going to maintain those and can prove that to folks, then I think there's an opportunity, because we know technically we can treat that stormwater in a smaller system for a site. But they need to be maintained not by the developer, but by the local jurisdiction, I think is the concern. And if I got that wrong, let me know, but I think that's the issue.
No, that's exactly right. And I think we also wanted to make sure that they were part of that's right. And we wanted to make sure it was part of the pollutant load reduction credits that Lahontan would be doing in the case of California and DEP in Nevada.
Are we good?
Up on the screen now is the language edits that we would implement, that would propose that you adopt to section 52.3.1 that would restrict the number of bonus units to 25% for achievable.
Great.
So are we clear on the motion? We have all the language wrapped up.
Do we actually, I don't think, I'm sorry, I'm not, I must have missed it. I don't think I actually heard a motion. So.
Do you want to put up the motion that needs to be made? Because it's a long one.
Yes.
And then subject to.
And 3 motions.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll help you get through
The changes.
the changes.
Perfect. Okay. Do you want to
Can we
put that
lead?
up? You know, the page numbers don't show up on my computer, so I'm always lost. All right, I will make a motion to adopt the required findings, attachment A, including a finding of no significant effect for the adoption of amendments to the Code of Ordinances, chapters 1, 13, 30, 31, 34, 36, 37, 52, and 90, and changes to the regional plan goals and policies, land use and housing sections that will only apply to projects applying for deed restricted bonus units. Any additions to this one specifically?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay. So we have our first motion.
Okay, thank you. The motion's been read. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bagwell,
Yes.
We're not hearing you. We can see
I said
you.
yes. Oh,
No,
I
we heard you.
Oh.
We didn't hear Mr. Aguilar.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't hear my name. I'm sorry.
Oh.
It looks like I'm freezing. But
Uh-oh.
I just want. Sorry about that. I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank the staff for all their work on this. I want to thank the community. I want to thank the leadership. Unfortunately, I'm still not comfortable with these changes. And when you make such sweeping changes to, I think, a community that is deeply rooted in the pride of this lake, I have to vote no.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Say that one more time, please.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson,
Yes.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes,
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
thank you. And motion number 2?
All right, a motion to adopt ordinance 2023 attachment D, amending ordinance 2021-03 as amended for the adoption of amendments to the regional plan goals and policies, land use and housing sections that will apply only to projects applying for deed restricted bonus units to the TRPA governing board. Any,
And with the following amendments to, excuse me, this is John Marshall, with the following amendments to attachment B. Deletion of 30.4.2.B.5, small b, deletion of 37.5.5.B, and the edits to section, I'm sorry. What was this?
52.3.1.
To limit achievable deed restriction or achievable bonus units to 25% of the pool.
Okay, so the motion's been read. Mario, will you call the roll?
Miss Bagwell,
Yes.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar,
No.
Miss Faustinos, Miss Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
yes.
Mr. Rice. Miss Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Miss Williamson,
Yes.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes,
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
thank you. For the next motion?
A motion to adopt ordinance 2023 attachment C, amending ordinance 87-9 as amended for the adoption of amendments to the TRPA Code of Ordinances, chapters 1, 13, 30, 31, 34, 36, 37, 52, and 90 that will only apply to projects applying for deed restricted bonus units to the TRPA governing board.
Together with the following amendments, the deletion of section 30.4.2.B.5, small b, and the deletion of 37.5.5.B, and the amendment of section
0.3.1.
to limit achievable bonus units to 25% of the pool, as
Okay.
shown on screen.
Thank you. The motion's been read. Mario, will you call the roll?
Miss Williamson,
Yes. Apologies for the delay.
Miss Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer,
Yes.
Miss Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice. Yes. Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Miss Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Miss Dis,
Yes.
Miss Faustinos, Mr. Aguilar,
No.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Miss Bagwell,
Yes.
Miss Gustafson.
Yes,
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
thank you very much. Thank you all who've been here all evening. I hope you hear the compromises and that we did hear you and adjusted a lot of these. And then the local jurisdictions will still have the opportunity to opt out and come up with their own strategies that will meet these. So thank you again, all of you. Okay, with that, thank you. We'll move on to, thank you for thanking us. We did make those adjustments. So on section, we'll move on now to reports, which is agenda item 7. And we're going to start this off with Julie Reagan for the Executive Director Status Report.
Madam Chair, I will waive my report in the interest of time for the remaining items of the agenda, but just want to wish you all happy holidays. Super grateful for your leadership, and this was a big day. Thank you for your courage.
Thank you, Julie. Agenda item 7A is the Executive Director Performance Review, 23-24 proposed compensation. Information on this item can be found on page 613 of your packets. And Angela, you are at the table. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. For the record, Angela Atchley, Director of Human Resources at TRPA. Thank you all for staying for this kind of important process.
Me, can I have,
Hold on a second.
it's hard to hear in here when, thank you so much. If you could go out in the lobby to chat. Thank you.
I'm here today to present the results of the performance review for Julie Reagan, our Executive Director. Feedback on Ms. Reagan's performance this year is based on the time frame of December 2022 to November 2023. Ms. Reagan wrote a self-assessment of her overall accomplishments for the above noted time period, which was emailed to 2 different groups consisting of all governing board members and all TRPA staff members. That report and that self-assessment is included in the staff summary as attachment A. And also the summary of performance review results was also included in that staff summary as attachment B, which is on page 616 of the packet, but you also received an errata with those, all those attachments. All respondents were sent a confidential anonymous survey link, which asked for feedback on Ms. Reagan's level of overall goal attainment based on her self-assessment and her performance on the TRPA core leadership competencies. Of those overall results, respondents ranked Ms. Reagan as exceptional at 47% and fully effective at 37%. There were some also specific results based on those TRPA core competencies, but those were, again, the majority of respondents ranked Ms. Reagan as exceptional or fully effective. There was a third part of this review where we sent to a group of agency partners. We're also asked to evaluate Ms. Reagan's effectiveness as the Executive Director. The survey consisted of 4 different questions where they ranked her from either strongly agree to strongly disagree. And then there were 6 open-ended questions. All of that information is located in the summary that was attachment B. And so based on all of those results, we feel that we'd like to recommend that Ms. Reagan approve the motion to increase her salary as stipulated on the staff summary report on page 613 of that governing board packet.
Thank you, Angela. And Ms. Williamson and myself met with Ms. Reagan, and we went over the great, honest, and candid feedback that she received, and a lot of positive suggestions and constructive ideas moving forward. I don't know if you would like to say something to the board.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, Angela, for the report. I really appreciate the feedback. I just wanted the board to know what an honor it's been to be your director this last year. Thank you for instilling your confidence in me to lead this incredible organization. I'm so proud of the teamwork at the board level, at the staff level. I feel like our team has gelled and we have unleashed a lot of creativity through promotions and through engagement at the staff level. And I'm just so proud of the team, and I look forward to many years to come. So I will take those constructive pieces of feedback to heart, and I would be more than happy to meet with any of you individually if you have additional ideas or suggestions, and I really appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Do we have a quorum available? We think we still do. Okay, I'd entertain a motion with the required motion to increase Julie Reagan's base pay to $207,926.80 per year.
So moved.
Chair,
Yes.
do you want to take public comment?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Haven't we had
Do
enough?
it now, you have a motion, you can do it now just
I don't
before
want to
the
make
vote.
jokes. People get mad
Just
when I
before
make
the
jokes.
vote.
Is there any public comment in the room? Okay, is there any public comment on this item online?
Madam Chair, there are two hands raised.
Okay,
The first hand up is Tim Delaney. Tim, if you'd like to comment, please unmute.
Oh, thank you very much for allowing me to make another comment. There's no way I would support a bunch of folks giving themselves a pay raise. Okay? So you can forget that. You know, when I look at Tahoe, okay, it's all about quality of life and the environment. And there are way too many people. You folks, the way you're managing it and the way you're doing things, you have highly irritated me and damaged my human spirit. When I see the East Shore beaches being pummeled and destroyed after Burning Man Festival, there's all this rotten garbage. And there's 5 other guys the day before that were picking it all up. And then the day after, it was me, just me, picking up all the trash from Whale Beach to Secret Cove. Okay? So there it is in front of a bunch of 30 and 40-year-olds that were all sitting there. I was not too impressed.
Okay.
Okay?
All day long, I've heard him.
So here's the rest of the 2 minutes. First of all, I hear all this affordable and achievable. My generation never got anything affordable and achievable. All right? And my Vietnam War era babysitter, okay, was drafted and he lost his legs from Agent Orange poisoning, and he didn't even make it past the age of 30. Okay? So I'm starting to look at all this like a bunch of people are a bunch of sniveling babies here. All of my friends, including myself, I had to leave Tahoe to work in a dirty, nasty, filthy urban environment around our country and all around the world. I endured gunshots in the Bay Area. And I remember Palo Alto when it was murder capital of the country, and Facebook and Google weren't even there, and there was nothing but buildings with bars on it. Okay? So I worked in the chip industry and in a bunch of defense industries. And, you know, I paid my dues so I can have the opportunity to own a home up there. And my friends paid their dues so they can try to keep them. Okay? So this is disrespectful.
Surface
and
in your
ridiculous.
comments, but the item is about.
You know
the
what? And that's another issue. When you come in and I'm trying to express my feelings here to you folks, and then you cut me off, that's not too cool. You're Americans, all right?
And we have
We have our
decorum.
Constitution, our First Amendment, and you need to uphold it, and you need to hear all the blistering criticism imaginable in regards to this, because you're destroying the lake. It's highly uncool, and the general public, really, a lot of us are being shut out, and we don't appreciate it. None of my neighbors, friends, families, and peers would support any of this junk. All right? Anyways, thank you very much. You have a fine day.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
Next hand raised is Lynn Barnett. Lynn, if you'd like to comment, please unmute.
Yes, I would just like to say how much I appreciate Julie Reagan. I've known Julie for a long time as a neighbor almost of mine in Christmas Valley. I know that how tough a job Julie has. There's a lot of sourpusses out there. I'll just say that the agency cannot solve all the problems in the world. And you've always been a lightning rod for people out there that are disenchanted. And Julie builds teams. Julie brings people together. And I've never commented on an executive director review, but I have to comment this time around to say we're very fortunate to have Julie Reagan at the helm. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lynn. Any other public comment?
There's 2 more hands raised. Next one is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you'd like to comment, please unmute.
Thank you, members. The only thing I want to say is I'd like to see in the future, if we're going to give raises to, you know, government bureaucrats, that we also are being able to be exposed to the data regarding their entire benefit package, because a little over $200,000, you know, after taxes does not go that far, but I would like to be able to see a consideration and discussion on total benefits as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
The last hand raised has Cindy and Tahoe in the name. If you'd like to comment, please unmute. If your name has Cindy and Tahoe in it, please unmute to comment. Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Thank you very much. And with that, we have a motion. Any other discussion? Maria, will you call, do we need a roll call? Yes, because we have,
Ms. Bagwell,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Mr. Aguilar, Ms. Faustinos, Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
yes.
Madam Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'll pass this now to Mr. Marshall for the General Counsel Status Report.
No report.
Well, yeah, but right now it's just telling me to do
No,
this.
no report.
No report. Okay, now we will do your performance review, which can be found on page 621 of your packets. And Ms. Williamson, did you want to discuss this, or do you want Angela to read the process again?
Thanks, Cindy. We did discuss this in legal this morning. We had Angela read a nice summary of the comments that came in, overwhelmingly positive, but also some really good introspection from John and some, I think, what he would also call constructive criticism. So I just want to thank John for everything he does. I know legal committee did. Happy to have Angela report and some more specifics, or to have John speak if he wanted to, but that's sort of the broad summary out of legal.
John?
I see no need to speak.
Okay, he sees no need to
Spoken
speak.
to, and so.
The
Any-
jacket says it all.
Any board member comments? I'm not seeing others. Any public comment on this item?
Madam Chair, we have two hands raised. The first hand is Tim Delaney. Tim, please unmute to make your comment.
Cool. So again, I'm not too positive about all this sort of stuff of reviews and pay raises. The whole concept that your folks, I feel, are damaging Lake Tahoe, and at the same time, you're reviewing your own results here and you're giving yourselves a pay raise. I don't know. It looks a little ugly to me. So it's not something that I would partake in. That's my ethics and morality. All right. You folks should probably ask for your pay raises from the general public. Okay. It looks a little better anyways. Let them review you. All right. That's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney.
And the person that has their name Cindy and Tahoe, your hand is up again. If you would like to comment, please unmute. Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
A motion. Oh,
James Settlemeyer, I move to increase John Marshall's base pay as recommended in the staff summary on page 621 of the packet.
thank you. Maria, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
yes.
Ms. Bagwell,
Yes.
Faustinos, Mr. Aguilar, Mr. Friedrich,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemyer. Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, John. And Julie.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Governing board member reports, agenda item 8. Do we have any reports?
I had a comment.
Okay.
Is that is this an appropriate time to make a comment? I just wanted to mention, and because I heard it today, and I've also heard it before from other members of the public, and I understand where the concern is coming from, so I wanted to clarify. People from time to time say like that many of us don't live in the basin, and there are 4 of us who are not allowed to live in the basin per the compact. Are the 4 appointed members, 3 from California, 1 from Nevada governor. We're not allowed to live in the basin according to the compact. It says shall not reside in the region. So it's not in an effort to move power away from this important place. We're supposed to be here to represent the entirety of the states that we come from. And I do understand that concern from members of the public, but so I just wanted to clarify it, that it's not some conspiracy, it's just the compact.
Thank you. Yes. Ms. Loomer.
I'll just say in full disclosure, I am one of those people, but I do spend a good chunk of my time up here. My family's been here for 5 generations. I spend my winters just over the hill in Woodfords. So I, have a lot of friends in this community. I've, my family goes back generations with a lot of the other families here. And so I definitely have a personal connection. And, I think even for folks who don't reside here, they really love, everyone here really loves Tahoe, and we're doing this unpaid because we really care about this. So whether we live here or not, I think there's a really deep commitment from everyone on the board to do the right thing. So yeah, I appreciate everyone's time on all of this.
Thank you. Director Settlemyer.
Appreciate that. I lived down in Carson Valley. My family thought about buying some land up here in Lake Tahoe. However, my great grandfather thought it was ridiculously overpriced because it was at that point in time, and he would not be caught dead paying $1 an acre for any land, and therefore decided not to.
Okay. Well, I just want to share with those of you who don't live here, I think sometimes it's easier because we are also, those of us who live here end up with either conflicts or neighbors testifying in front of us very angrily. So I really want to thank all of you for your dedication to being here. And some of you are here more than other board members, so I appreciate it. Mr. Friedrich?
Well, on that note, I went to a presentation at TURC, Environmental Research Center, last Thursday, and there was a presentation, Herman Fillmore and his sister, Washoe Storytelling, and just a little perspective. I know we have some people say, oh, I've been here 50 years, they've been here up to 15,000, and they can make the comment that there are 2 members of the tribe that could afford to live in Tahoe right now. So a little perspective on the action we just took. I also wanted to say that I had the pleasure of attending the all staff last Tuesday, and I had all these things I was going to share in the public comment after the last meeting, but I didn't get a chance to say I was just so impressed by the passion and dedication and commitment of the staff, who I think equals or achieves anyone in the basin, and put them toe to toe. And it was just great to have that interaction, and also enjoyed being at the holiday party. So it makes it harder to also say that will be moving this position representing the city to Cody Bass. Going forward next year, I will be the alternate. I'm moving over to TTD, and he'll be the alternate there. So that's one update on board representation. And it's been a pleasure, and thanks for everyone for hanging in here today and all the great work queuing up this item. That was a big accomplishment.
Thank you, John, and thanks for your service. We'll miss you here, but we'll look forward to working with your colleague. We're on now to agenda item 10, committee reports. Is there anything from any of our committees at this point? I'm going to suggest no. Okay. Then we have one more final public comment period. This is a time when any member of the public can provide comments to us, wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items on the consent calendar, may do so at this time. Individuals or groups who have already commented on items listed on the agenda are not permitted to comment on the same topic. The governing board is prohibited by law from taking immediate action on or discussing issues raised during this public comment period. So I will open it up now to public comment.
Madam Chair, we have 4 hands raised online. The first hand up is Tim Delaney. Please unmute Tim to make your comment.
Thank you so much. At least I'm getting some opportunities to speak. I heard, talk about, here just now about, the cost of real estate and all this sort of stuff, and it's so expensive and everything. Living in Tahoe since 1970, I've seen, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 real estate busts and economic busts, okay? It always happens. Real estate always goes up. It's always going to be more expensive, no matter what. It moves with inflation, okay? And sometimes you're going to have a plunge. People lose. They go bankrupt. I've seen all sorts of people go bankrupt all around me, even when I was a kid, So it's not something new to this generation. It always happens over and over and over again. So for folks that didn't buy property a long time ago, I feel for them. You buy property, you hold on to it. That's how it works. So if you're not willing to hold on to it and you're just viewing it as an investment and you bail out of it, that's too bad. You lost, And the thing is, if you live your life like champagne tastes on a nickel budget, kind of like a lot of folks, they want to go to like Harvard or MIT. Hey, I couldn't afford to go there. No way. The way I live life is I had a nickel budget, but I had penny tastes. And you stack it up. You see what I'm saying? So at some point, you have to teach younger folks to think about all that, always bailing them out in every possible direction imaginable. It's only going to hurt you. And then the whole darn country will go down the drain. And the thing is, when it comes to environment, if you lose that, you have nothing at all. All right? So that's one of many angles here to consider. I look at this as remarkably weak, and it's pretty darn uncool looking at the whole thing. Also, large buildings, let me tell you about large buildings. Large buildings are ugly. That's right. They're ugly. No matter what you do, they're ugly. A small cabin with a little steel roof, that's cool. But in all your little, documents here and all your slideshows, I see this big old garish building and it's got a tile roof. Well, a lot of my neighbors with tile roofs resent those things. They break and water starts leaking into the walls and all over the darn house. All right. So I look at this whole thing. I don't think you folks know what you're doing. And oh, by the way, when a winter storm comes or say Putin does something bad and you lose power and you got all those folks that are tied to the grid and they have no backup source for a month, you can kill a lot of people in Tahoe. So think about that. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Next.
Next hand raised is Ann Nichols. And if you unmute, you can make your comment.
Yeah, hi, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I just a couple things. First of all, of course, this is terribly disappointing, and I appreciate that you probably feel like you've really given us a lot of gimmies, but you never gave us the environmental analysis that is required. But the thing that is concerning to me is that, Cindy Miss Gustafson keeps saying, oh, all these people are saying all these wrong things. And I think the board was misled. If you can work, you self-report, you work 30 hours a week. So you could be self-employed, have your own business license. You don't have to work for an employer. So I have my own business license. I work 30 hours. I've got money, more money than, should be allowed to, I could do this. And so you're not really fairly presenting. The loophole is huge. we were laughing, Bill Gates could, buy something if his son worked 30 hours a week. So this is very important. And then the other thing, if you're going to recuse yourself, Cindy, if 39 Degrees comes forward, what about, your husband works for Palisades and North Star and Homewood, and, so are you how can you help us and represent us then? So this is a real problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
Next hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you unmute, you can make your comment.
Thank you, members. Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I want to give a big shout out to Cisco Aguilar having the fortitude and to think as an individual to vote no on these amendments. It's something we don't see very often. I know being raised as a child in the outskirts of Reno by a stepfather who was a turn of the century cowboy, miner, carpenter, horsebreaker. Really proud of the Nevada I used to know, but you guys are a long way from that. I'm sorry that you didn't really provide the leadership today that was needed. It's obvious that you didn't read all of the information, or otherwise your conscience would have hopefully said that you're going to have to vote no. But that's not what you did. You kowtowed to the developers. And I want to ask you, really, when is enough enough? Really, phase 3 amendments? For those that don't live here, we're facing more than a housing crisis here. Lake Tahoe is beyond the breaking point. Our pristine East Shore has been totally damaged by the East Shore Trail. And you want to build more trails, more parking. We need the Nevada legislature to declare the East Shore and the area on the east side of the Tahoe Basin as a conservation area. We need to stop it now. So I'm greatly disappointed. I think a lot of times, the chair uses this excuse that people just don't understand. We're not stupid. Believe me, we understand what's going on. So I just think that I hope that the rest of you provide the leadership to be good stewards of Lake Tahoe and stop this priority stuff of these projects that are degrading Lake Tahoe without adequate environmental impact statements. Why are you doing this? I don't get it. I still hold out hope for Mr. Settlemyre, and I'm sorry Friedrich's leaving us. Those were the two shining lights, but the rest of you, totally disappointed. It's too bad. I don't hold anything against you personally, but I think you guys have no clue about how bad it is out there as far as degradation of the lake. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. We have one last commenter.
Yes, Madam Chair, one more hand is raised. You have the name Cindy and Tahoe in your Zoom name. You have your hand raised to comment. Please unmute to make your comment. Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, with that, I think I can enter. Thank you very much for all the public comment today and the tenacity of these wonderful volunteer board members. I think we need a motion to adjourn for the holiday season.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you very much, everybody.